morning and welcome to the University of Southern Queensland and our Open Day for 2019. I'm Jamie Cullen. Whether you're looking to be more employable, more inspired, more experienced, more knowledgeable, more prepared, or more connected, we have the people, the facilities, and the industry connections to help you become more of what you want to be. Today you will see real-life careers in action inspired by our academics, explore our world-class facilities, and have all of your questions answered. So why should you study at the University of Southern Queensland? It's simple. The Good Universities Guide this year announced USQ as #1 university in Australia for graduating starting salary. You can choose to study at one of three campuses, online, or a combination of both. Our key research areas are above world standard, and our academics have industry and professional experience. Throughout the next 4 hours, whether here on campus or online, make sure you share your experience with #USQ Open Day on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, and you could win one of 5 USQ throw rugs. Getting underway in about 15 minutes, we have scholarship workshops on Level 2 of Building B. So if you're curious about what scholarships are available, join us for an overview of the USQ scholarship application process and find out how you can make your application stand out from the crowd. If finding your way around campus is a bit daunting, take one of our campus tours and let our friendly student ambassadors guide your way. See our world-class facilities and main teaching spaces, as well as some of the services the campus has to offer. Campus tours run every 30 minutes from the campus tours tent. You can also have your photograph taken with the Student Guild mascot, Sir Gizmo Panda, and find out exactly how the Student Guild can support you. They are located just near Building A. Alrighty, let's get things underway. It's time to cross to our USQ reporter in the atrium to find out who's about to become more with some of our academics. From Phoenix Radio, USQ's very own radio station, it's a big welcome to John Laird. Having some technical issues there, but thank you for that, John, and we'll cross back to you a little later to discover more exciting courses and industries offered here at USQ. Some music entertainment for you now at Open Day 2019, and Plastic Reality is a 5-piece band comprising dual guitars, bass, drums, and a frontman. The band was birthed in the early months of 2018 and plays regularly in venues around Southeast Queensland. Please welcome them to our Phoenix Media Studios with their original composition, Personal Day. Here's Plastic Reality.
Just another day I took from work, for me to lightly reside in jerk. At least the days don't feel so long, might as well write tomorrow off. You ask me what I want to do with my life, you get a job and a boring wife. I couldn't care less what you have to say. Hey, well it's alright, I'll do it my way. This apartment is like a box. If you visit, make sure you knock. Just don't know what I'll be doing today, smoking all the damn money away. But what else am I supposed to do? I ain't sick of feeling dazed and confused. Gotta get a message to you. Hey, well it's alright, I'll do it my way.
that was a little jam by, Plastic Reality called Personal Day. We're going to go to John now with some questions in the auditorium.
Good morning and welcome to the B Block Atrium at USQ. It's our big open day today at USQ, and this is where you can discuss future education requirements. And it's a great university. We have creative arts and media, humanities and communication, law and justice. Stacked more, we have airplane training, we have lots of things happening. But right now we're going to talk to our senior lecturer in film, Dr. Darryl Sparks. Good morning, Darryl.
Thank you, John. Good to be here. Good to see everybody here as well. Working hard.
Working hard. And to do a course in creative arts, it involves film, and you're the man to talk to about this. So what do we look at in film?
Well, film producing and directing and cinematography, editing, location production, all of the different facets that we teach here at USQ, and how to get a training to get you a job in the film industry.
So what sort of university course gets you to use a camera, watch movies, and do all sorts of audio things? It's this one.
Yeah, and that's right. And we have a lot of students now who are working in the industry even while they're students.
That's right.
So they're working on feature films, they're working on big TV series. We got students on Harrow. We got people who are working on Chris Lilly's new show last year. We've got guys who are working on feature films like Monster Problems. Thor was just announced yesterday for Down the Coast.
Yes.
So we had students on the original Thor. We're expecting we will get students on the next Thor as
Yeah,
well.
I think it's a very exciting phase for the film industry here in Queensland.
It is a golden age,
Yes.
I have to say, and I think Netflix and Amazon Prime and Stan and all of these different streamers are putting billions of dollars into the film industry to do major TV productions, major motion pictures, and we're really doing well out of it all.
That's great. All right, well, thanks for joining us this morning. So you're at the Creative Arts and Media area.
I'm just over here, so come and see me.
Okay, so we're in the atrium here at B Block. Now, we're going to interview somebody else now, and it's my favourite lecturer, Dr. Karen Coatney. How are you?
I'm really well. How are you?
Very good. So
That's great.
Karen's in charge of journalism here at USQ, and it's a great course. Tell us what students can look forward to in your journalism classes.
Yes, well, they're really practical classes that, as you would know, John, as being a superstar in journalism, as a journalist in the journalism courses, and postgraduate courses as well, they're very interactive and unique in terms of students really getting that hands-on experience. They often have remarked on the standout assignments, that they don't seem like assignments, that they're quite fun in terms of getting to go and report on crimes or go do a commentary for a sports game, go to a photo shoot for fashion or music, concerts, so they get that hands-on experience.
I love it in your class where you go back in your personal history of journalism and bring back stories from real experience. And you've got that. You've worked for big mastheads, you've worked for News Corp, you've done a lot.
Thank you, John. Yes, it's been a really good experience to have that versatility, and I really try to bring that industry experience as well to the students in the classes, so they do get to meet some of the editors and they get to do their own publishing as well along the way, that they get to publish in newspapers or report for radio or television.
Well, journalism is changing quite a bit, isn't it? There's a lot of social media coming into the mix as well, so journalism is a sort of a ongoing experience. You never sort of come to the end of learning.
Yes, that's true. It really is changing, and it's getting better in terms of the opportunities for journalists, that a lot of it is involved with getting the public involved through online media and social media. So getting to know about those types of news that the audience cares about, what the public wants. So it's very interactive now.
So what sort of jobs can we be looking at when somebody graduates from a journalism degree?
Well, the good news is that journalism careers are growing really rapidly here in Australia, that some 16 million Australians are reading newspapers now as we speak, whether it's the print format or on their smartphones. So there are great opportunities that they can, for example, go off. A lot of the students in the classes have been newspaper journalists and radio and television reporters, and some have gone on to large multinational companies working for Qantas as journalists and media advisors in Los Angeles, for example. Even the NRL and the AFL want to employ journalists.
Very, very popular indeed. So thanks for joining us, Dr. Courtney.
Thank you so much, John.
And if you want to come and talk to Dr. Karen, you can, and she's here in the atrium in B block at USQ for our open day. I'm going to go roving.
Thanks, John.
Thank
Great
you.
to talk with you.
Let's go, guys. We're going to go over and talk to Matt Nielsen now. Unfortunately, we have to... So here we are, trying to get interviews with our lecturers, and they're so busy here, we might move on to try and find somebody else. Come on, guys, let's go this way. Here we're roving. All right. Here we go. We'll go and talk to another doctor. Hello. I don't know who you are.
I'm Alice Brown, Dr. Alice Brown from Education.
Education. Oh, I was looking for somebody from education. Now, education is huge here at USQ.
Yes, it is.
Not only here at Springfield. So, what sort of jobs are available for people who do your courses?
Yeah, well, basically, I specialise in the early childhood education.
Yes.
So, we're very, very lucky here at USQ that we have nearly like a double degree where students can decide on whether they want to just specialise in the very young years of a child's life, so that they work mostly in early childhood services, childcare centres, and that's a 3-year degree.
Yes.
Or they can actually qualify to work with the early years, but right up to getting teacher registration, which means that they can teach up to grade 6.
Yeah.
So it gives them more options, and that's the Bachelor of Education Early Childhood.
Yeah.
So the actual jobs that they get is exponentially opened up because they can work in early childhood centres, they can be a qualified kindergarten teacher, or they can be or work right up to grade 6.
Okay.
And the beauty about it that's very attractive to a lot of our students is that they actually are working in childcare or maybe a teacher aide anyways, so that they can do perhaps 2 courses or 1 course part-time online in their, after work or in their spare time. The other really great thing is that because our courses are such comprehensive courses online, they can study anywhere in the world.
Yes. Now, talking about online, students who do education at USQ have an assortment of things to learn from. Every year we do a webinar for education in our TV studios.
You do?
Now, this is a popular event.
It is.
Yes. So it gives an opportunity for students to get that sort of in-house feel.
As an orientation to the program.
Yeah, but it gives you some sort of belonging.
Yes, belonging, yes. Well, basically, that just gives them a taste of the experience of being part of a shared learning journey.
Right.
And so that basically then all of the courses on a weekly basis have at least one online tutorial, and all of my students in my courses are encouraged to jump into those night tutorials or sometimes during the day and feel as if they're not alone.
Yes.
They can be out at Cunnamulla or up in Northern Territory or even overseas. They jump online and they feel like they're all in a very collaborative learning space.
Well, you're based down here at the
Springfield campus.
Yeah. And you're here with the education area here at B Block.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And encourage everyone to come along. It's very, very special.
I will be
We
here.
want more early childhood specialists.
Thanks for joining us. And we'll be back with more from the atrium here at Phoenix Central.
There we go, back. Thank you, John, for that insight out in the auditorium. Now, I'm here with Robin G'day, who is a student wellness advisor based here at Springfield campus. She assists with welfare support through things like budgeting, no interest loans for educational expenses, Centrelink questions, scholarship questions, crisis situations, finding suitable accommodation, community service referrals, and matters relating to the LGBTQI community. Robin, welcome to Open Day.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about no interest loans for USQ students?
Yeah, so the no interest loans are there to help students with primarily those expenses which can be a little bit high, like textbooks. So students typically find, oh wow, it could be several $100s even to pay for textbooks. They might also need a laptop. So things that are for educational expenses, they can come to me to be assessed for a no interest loan. Okay. And when they're a first time student, first semester, they can borrow up to $500. And if they're a continuing student, so once they've done one semester, they might be able to borrow up to $1,000, and they can pay off the $1,000 over 12 months, no interest at all. The aim is just to help support students with those things which help them to study. So that's sort of one of like the core things that those loans are for.
Okay.
Yeah.
It really helps out, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, because otherwise, some students do go without, and we know how important the textbooks are. Mm-hmm. And I guess on that point, we do also counsel students on, well, you might not be able to afford the textbooks even with a loan. What are some alternative options? And we can refer to like websites with good secondhand textbook options, or even, if you're an external student and you don't have access to the library so easily, we can talk about getting borrowing sent out to them for free. Or if there's another university near them, they can borrow from that university with our reciprocal borrowing agreements. So there are ways to access textbooks, but if you really want that hard copy and make your notes, then you can come and talk to me about a loan.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So are scholarships hard to get nowadays, or are they only for the smarty pants students?
Well, it's a bit of column A and a bit of column B. So we have scholarships aimed at students who are the smarty pants students, and if you're considering coming to USQ, you could look at what's called the Kickstart Scholarship, and it's for students with a good academic achievement from wherever you've come from high school or TAFE or wherever. And that's valued up to $2,000 for the semester. And if you're someone who doesn't have that high academic achievement, but you've come from like what we call a disadvantaged background, like you could be from a rural or remote area, have an Indigenous background, English might be a second language, those sorts of things which make life challenging, or a disability even. We want to make it equitable, so we have the Equity Scholarship, and that can be up to $1,000 for a full-time student. And this is money you don't have to pay back. And in terms of how easy it is, look, if you're assessed as being low income and you fit the criteria that I've mentioned, you should apply, because we give out quite a few scholarships each semester, and if you put your hat in the ring, you might just get it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what are some of the options for student accommodation on campus?
Yeah, look, this is really important too for students, for their, their balance in life and living in a place which is hopefully close to campus. And at Springfield we've got Education City, which is basically on our doorstep. You just walk across the green to lectures, and it's like a style of shared accommodation where you've got your bedroom, but you're likely to be sharing bathroom, kitchen facilities, and it can be quite affordable doing it that way. Now, if you are someone who wants to come to USQ, say in semester 1 in 2020, I would suggest get in touch with the accommodation providers early, because they can fill up quickly, and you might want to get your name on the waiting list.
Yeah. So what kind of community referrals do you do? Community
referrals is also a big part of my role. So if, for example, you're in a crisis situation where there's not enough food, for the meal tonight, or you're not sure where you're going to sleep tonight, that sort of thing, which I hope doesn't happen to anyone, but life can happen, and if that were to happen to someone, please come see me and I can link you in with services in the community. And even if you're not in the Springfield area, we know how to help external students as well. But it could be that there's no crisis, but perhaps you want to access some legal advice, and as a student you can't afford that, and we have connections with legal services that will offer free legal advice to USQ students. And so that's just an example. Yeah,
awesome. So tell me a bit more about the work you do with the LGBTQI community.
Yeah, so I do a lot of coordinating with the USQ Ally Network, which is the network that aims to create an inclusive and supportive environment for individuals who identify as LGBTIQ, and that acronym, if you're not familiar with it, is for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex and queer community. And it's for people who identify in that community, but also people who support people in that community. So basically anyone can join. And things that we do include sort of an educational training called LGBTIQ plus awareness training. And if you do that training with us, then you can become a registered ally. And that is someone who is identified as open and supportive for someone who wants to approach for support.
Okay, yeah.
And we also have events that we run, like monthly events, where it's people can come together and we have guest speakers.
Cool.
We run a newsletter every month. So yeah, there's a lot that happens in that space. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your insight, Robin.
Yeah.
And we are going to take a break here on Open Day 2019. And when we come back, discover more about the QTAC application process.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment.
Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
Welcome back. Well, whether you are a school leaver or a TAFE student, there are many ways to enter study here at USQ, with benefit from the QTAC process. To understand how all of this works so that you can become more in your chosen field, it's over to Nick Mollenhauer in Building D to find out more.
Oh, wait. Hi, Jamie. Thank you so much. And I'm here at the QTAC booth with Lakrina. Lakrina, how are you today?
Very good, Nick. How are you?
Good. You know, it's been a good day so far, hasn't it?
Yes, definitely. It's awesome. Nice early birds around, which is really, really great.
Yeah. So you're with the QTAC booth, of course. So what exactly is QTAC?
So QTAC is actually the Tertiary Admission Centre for Queensland. So we're actually one of 6 TACs across the nation. And we're there to actually go ahead and assess applications on behalf of the 16 institutions that are in our state. So if you go ahead and apply at QTAC, you can one application gives you 6 opportunities to go ahead and apply for 6 courses.
Absolutely. So that's both, of course, for university and TAFE. So if you want to do both, and
Yeah, so it is all the universities are in Queensland. There's even 2 that are over the border in New South Wales. Yeah, so that's University of New England in Armidale and the Southern Cross University at Lismore. And of course, other institutions such as TAFE, SCA, Media Institute, and other institutions like Christian Heritage College as well. Yeah.
Awesome. So of course, like if you're interested, you can apply to the Creative Arts course here at USQ, which is what I'm here for.
And you can do it through QTAC, which is even awesome.
Yeah. And going to TV and radio, I have to really encourage that today.
Awesome. Yeah.
But if you want more information, you can come to the booth here at D Block, I believe, and you have some stuff.
In D Block, I've got candy to sustain you for the rest of the day. But any questions that you have, I'm here to answer them quite happily for you.
It's awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Nick, thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. And back to you, to Jamie in the studio.
Thanks, Nick, and hopefully a little later we can get out to our roving crew to check out the RAF simulator on campus today. Well, some more music for you today for entertainment now. Maddie Thompson is a singer, guitarist and songwriter who lives on the Gold Coast. Recently she teamed up with our television students here at USQ to record a clip for her latest song, Pumped Up Kicks. Please welcome Maddie Thompson.
Robert's got a quick hand. He'll look around the room, he won't tell you his plan. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy kid, yeah, found a 6-shooter gun in his dad's closet, hidden with a box of fun things, and I don't even know why. But he's coming for you. Yeah, he's coming for you. And all the other kids with them pumped up kids, you better run, outrun my God. And all the other kids with them pumped up kids, better run, faster than my bullet. Daddy works a long day. He'll be coming home late. Yeah, he's coming home late, and he's bringing me a surprise. His dinner's in the kitchen and it's packed in nice. Yeah, I've waited for a long time. Side of my hand, and now a quick pull the trigger. I reason with my cigarette and say I heard some fire, must have lost your wits. And all the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, outrun my God. And all the other kids with the pumped up kids, better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, outrun my God. And all the other kids with the pumped up kids, better run, faster than my bullets. Said all the other kids with the pumped up kids, better run, outrun my God. And all the other kids with the pumped up kids, better run, faster than my bullet.
That was Maddie Thompson and Pumped Up Kicks, and welcome to USQ Springfield Campus Open Day 2019. For our media students, the concept of Become More was never more evident than when they got to visit Dreamworld for a special TV shoot. Can you imagine coming face to face with the jungle's most fearsome predator? They are mere kittens, and our crew learnt about the great conservation work being undertaken by the Tiger Island staff, as well as the tigers themselves, who are ambassadors for their cousins in the wild.
Dreamworld, through Dreamworld Wildlife Foundation, is the largest zoological donor to conservation in the world. We contribute more because of the guests that come to Dreamworld and see our tigers up close. We're able to give more to the projects in Sumatra, in Russia and in Nepal. Including the 2 cubs that have just been born, we've got 12 tigers. The new tiger cubs that we've got here are ambassadors for their wild cousins. But we also participate in the Global Species Management Plan for Sumatran tigers in Indonesia to conserve the animals as an insurance population just in case they go extinct in the wild. So as part of that global management plan, we then breed to hold an insurance population, but then we share our animals across these zoological institutions that have a high standard of care, a high standard of husbandry, and hold them for the future. And you know, that's why we work together and collaboratively for the benefit of these amazing animals. Or else, you know, why are we in it?
What a great experience for some of our USQ media students at Dreamworld. Well, time to meet another one of our wonderful academic staff. Anne-Marie Sassenberg is a lecturer in marketing and tourism here at USQ for the past 11 years. She is actively engaged in research that improves sustainable marketing practices in the wine and sport industries. Her teaching philosophy is based on industry-focused action research approach to increase engagement between the university, students and the industry to provide a win-win strategy to all stakeholders involved in the learning process. Anne-Marie, welcome to our Phoenix Media Studios.
Good morning.
Tell us more about the destination experience.
This is a course that we, like we say, the main core part is the destination and the marketing of a destination. So in this course, the students, or USQ rather, collaborate with Surrey Winery to get feedback from the consumers and to get real data, and they incorporate that into their assessments. So it resulted in a very creative coursework design, and students get to solve a real challenge in the industry.
Awesome. So Surrey Winery is the main collaboration?
Yes, so we've chosen the winery because it's one of the biggest wineries in Southwest Queensland, and also because USQ aligns itself very much with rural development.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So explain this unique learning experience.
What happens is, as part of the students' assessment, they will get they will collect data from consumers visiting the winery or our winery consumers, and that data then they use the data to develop a unique experience for their destination. We analyze the data for them afterwards. We upload the findings on StudyDesk, and they then develop a marketing plan or an advertising campaign based on that data. So it's real-life challenges, it's real-life exciting data, and we also learn them how to qualitatively analyze that, you know, and take those experience values and convert it into how to develop a unique experience for customers.
Okay. So what is the aim of Assignment 1?
The aim of Assignment 1 is then to develop an experience, a unique, out-of-the-box experience, because Surrey Winery is really proud about the events that they are catering. They've got like weddings, they're very famous for that, so event management is very big there. So, but we like them to create something new, and then we provide it to Surrey, and then they choose the best assignments, the best reports, and the winning student win an internal placement for a week at Surrey. And they will walk there with the marketing manager, and the marketing manager also come and visit us, present to us in class. And like this semester we had only online a cohort, so we did an interview as well for her yesterday, and we will also upload that on StudyDesk.
That's awesome.
And when it's on campus, the marketers come to us and they talk to us and they tell us about the background of the tourism industry, the challenges they are facing. And then I challenge the students to try and solve that challenges that they are facing. So it's very real life and it's very creative, and students seem to be very satisfied with the outcome of this.
Awesome. So with that, what's the aim of Assessment 2 then?
Oh, Assessment 2 is the advertising campaign.
Okay, the advertising,
so each year, 1 year it's a marketing plan, and then next year it may be an advertising campaign. So they develop the experience, they identify the target audiences, and then with that they develop an advertising campaign.
Okay.
And we like to do it low budget, so like with all small organizations. So we put a lot of place a lot of emphasis on social media strategies as well, and a low budget, and then again that will be presented to the Surrey Winery. And then again, the winery, the destinations and organizations can tap from that as well, from the knowledge that we provide them. So it's also kind of service that my students are offering them in the same way.
So in the possible outcomes of the collaboration, so you're saying that students have a chance to be doing internships almost and like placements with the winery as well?
Yes, it's not. Yeah, we call it a industry placement. Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So it's an unpaid position. So the best students get that at the very end.
But it's the experience.
It's almost the whole experience of working with real data, real challenges, and also when you go outside and you're, for example, a marketing consultant. That's one of the challenges: working with data outside, the real data outside. And in this course, students will face real data and then learn how to apply that to theory.
Yeah,
we link it, and that's the challenge, to link it. And normally when you finish with your course or your degree, okay, now I'm in the real world. What do I do now?
Yeah, exactly.
So in this course we try to link that.
Right.
And with every tutorial we emphasize where it's in the theory, and then it becomes more real to students.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
Thank you for
enjoy
having
the
me.
rest of Open Day.
Sure.
Well, now to something still along the lines of tourism and the smash hit Hollywood movie Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Our TV chat show, Connected at Lunch, produced by USQ students, took to the red carpet on the glitter strip to talk with the stars and get a sneak preview.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. Like, it was so amazing when I stepped onto the set. It was like walking back in time into the 1800s. It was such an honor to be on the set. Yeah.
You got to wear some pretty amazing costumes as well.
Oh yeah, it was like an 1800s costume, like a traditional middle class costume.
Love the eye patch. It's a definite touch for you.
Yes, it is a bit, isn't it? Silly. We're allowed to be silly with these sort of things, aren't we?
Well, it's great to see the Gold Coast film scene blossoming so much.
Well, it's not just this one. There's a whole raft of ones coming through too, which is just magic for anybody involved in the industry. And we get to see the pictures too eventually.
And of course, if they ever need a newsreader in a movie, they're perfectly cast for you.
Hey, and I won't need that bloody thing either. Be well.
Jamie, what did you play in the film?
I played as a young monarch soldier.
Was it fun?
Yes. Oh, so fun, so fun, so fun.
Was this your first major feature?
Yes, it was.
So I guess all of the study and practice that you've been doing is worthwhile.
Yeah, it's definitely paid back over the years, and it was just a phenomenal experience. Yeah.
Now, you live on the Gold Coast, don't you?
Yes, I'm a local. Yep.
So when you found out you got a role in this, what did you feel like?
I felt good because I didn't have to move away from my family. Yeah, but it was really good. It was really good. I had to drive like 20 minutes down the road, and that was it. I'm on set straight away, so it was real cool.
While we were filming, we were just really excited to see the end product because of how fantastic the script was. So we're just excited to see the movie as a film lover.
So what were you guys playing?
Technically townspeople or middle-class women, if you like. Yeah, they gave us some cute twin boyfriends that we tagged along with for most of the shoot. So we were the spectators in the background of whilst Johnny Depp is doing all of his antics pretty much.
Now, are you a fan of Pirates of the Caribbean?
Always. It's such a great franchise. The movies are so iconic now.
So you're a Johnny Depp fan?
Yeah, of course. What girl isn't? Maybe Amber Heard.
Now, how's life for you after The Voice?
It's been a roller coaster, but it's been wonderful. I've had a great time, and I've just released my first single, Never Surrender, which is out now, and yeah, doing it all independently, which is awesome.
Love dabbling in film. It's the other bread and butter that keeps me going. So yeah, I love it. Both worlds.
Are you in this one?
Yes, I am. Yeah. I play. My name's Bowen. The character I play is a very grumpy pirate that's got it in for the. Without giving too much away, he's got it in for the young Jack Sparrow, but then ends up being his friend and admiring him. So it's a pithy little part, but it's great. We have an important part to play. Without giving too much away.
So the VIPs are seated in the theatre, ready for tonight's premiere. What are they going to see? Well, take a look at this.
Pirates had infected the seas for generations. So I vowed to eliminate them all.
Their son had been killed. Thousands of men.
No, men, no. No. Pirates. Pirates.
I once knew a Spaniard named something in Spanish.
He's coming for you, Jack.
Where's your ship? Your crew? Your pants?
Jack!
I'm so sorry, were you still talking to me?
How amazing that must have been to be caught on the red carpet event for that. Now on to the Beamish brothers, who are two brothers from Toowoomba, whose passion for music has taken them from jamming in their garage to working with artists and labels from around the globe. The brothers have taken a minimalist approach to their latest song, stripping back to Hero, the guitar, and the boys' honeyed vocals. Please give a big welcome to the Beamish brothers with Kills Me Every Time.
Tell me where to go. Can we both put down our cards and let the evening unfold? Answer questions, that expression on your face that I can't read. It's been a while since we last talked, but I've forgotten how to speak. We can't be sure, and yet we're certain as we roam suburban streets, round in circles to the circus of a symphony heartbeat. Let me be the first to say what we both know. Let's not overcomplicate this tender state of mind. Whiplash motion, words unfold this wayward heart of mine that kills me every time. It kills me every time. Can you feel the rhythm of my beating heart? Echoes through my chest. You can tell me secrets I won't understand, and once I soon forget the words you say, get swept away, lost in translation every time. I don't have much good to my name, so let's proceed to speak it out. The memories of faded dreams dissipate just like the night. They're gonna break in just 3 hours, but we can sit and waste more time. So let me be the first to say what we both know. Let's not overcomplicate this tender state of mind. Whiplash motion, words unfold this wayward heart of mine. It kills me every time. It kills me every time. Lately my heart won't slow down till I hear that sound, you know. That sound, you know. It kills me every time. So let me be the first to say what we both know. It's not over. Oh, yeah. This tender state of mind. Let's not overcomplicate this tender state of mind. Whiplash motion, words unfold this wayward heart of mine that kills me every time. It 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 kills me every time.
Well, what a great song and a great performance. Thank you to the Beamish brothers. Well, if you're thinking of a career in aviation, you need to check out the Air Force Simulator Experience today. Our AAF air crew and air traffic controllers, alongside our USQ aviation team, are on campus to help take your career skyward, either for a civilian or RAF career. Our intrepid reporter Nick Mollenhauer is ready to take flight on his next great adventure. Over to you, Nick.
Airbase flight simulator today. I'm here with Brad. Brad, how are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Awesome. So what's this setup here for today? So what is happening here today?
So what we've got is a mobile simulator. We've got 2 full-size Super Hornet cockpits. People can come along and have a little bit of a go in that. We get in there for about half an hour or so. We give you some flight controls to get an understanding on, and then we give you a little bit of a fly around, maybe a fly combat routine, something like that. So
awesome. So we were talking a bit about this before. So this is for if anyone's interested in joining the RAF, I believe. Is that correct?
It is. It's a motivational tool designed to enhance the experience for those people that might want to consider an aviation career. So those that might want to consider being a pilot, mission aircrew, mission controller, that sort of thing.
Awesome. So let's have a little go at what we have right in front of us, if that's okay. So we have a flight simulator right in front of us. And which plane did you say this was simulating?
This is a virtual reality experience in a PC-9. So we've recently upgraded in real life from PC-9 to PC-21. So it's a little bit faster, a little bit more manoeuvrable, but this one here is certainly a very good experience.
Okie dokie. So I'm going to try and do this while also holding a microphone. I might have a hand if that's okay.
Sure.
Sure.
So what you've got to do here, I'll take that for you. So what you're going to do is place the headset on your head.
Like that?
Yep,
okay.
that's it. And now the dial on the back is for adjustment, the dial on the back of the headset.
Oh, okay. So
right here. So that can adjust to your head.
Yep, okay,
right,
cool.
so I'll get you to just look forward for me first.
Yeah, right here.
And then we'll position the sensor where it needs to be. So you are now sitting on the tarmac ready to take off.
I see that, yeah.
Yep, so you can have a bit of a look around where you are, so you can familiarise yourself with the airfield. You can look down and you can see your dials in the cockpit.
Oh, okay.
See all your dials and gauges.
Oh, yeah.
Righto, so we're ready to now take off. So with your left hand,
yep,
down here, we've got a little paddle there. So that's your throttle. So that's going to increase and decrease your speed.
Yep.
And obviously with your joystick here, when we get enough speed and we're travelling down the tarmac, we're going to start to take off. So you'll gently pull back on the joystick. Okay, so we'll get you going. I'll take you off pause.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. So now you're live.
Like that?
Yep. So
engines.
You can hear the engine.
Yep.
Yep. So let it build up some speed.
We're going forward. Oh, this is weird.
So push your joystick. Just push your joystick forward a little bit. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now pull not too far.
Oh, not
push
too far.
that. Put your speed forward.
Forward. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Let it keep running down the runway.
So we're going down the runway right now.
Right now we are.
So unfortunately, I can't let you guys see it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Build up that speed. Keep pushing that paddle forward.
Going forward.
Just ease this back a little bit. Ease the joystick back a little bit. Yep, that's it.
And
just to there.
Yeah.
Leave it sit there. Build up a bit more speed.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit harder to get going.
Yeah.
And when you think you've got enough speed, just pull back gently on the joystick, keeping the paddle where it is. Keep pulling back.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Going all over the tarmac.
That's all right. Pull back harder.
Okay. There we go.
Hold it gently. Don't pull forward.
Okay.
Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
Okay. We're going up.
Just gently hold the stick.
Yep. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. And we have crashed.
And crashed and burned. So you're not really good at the takeoffs, let's say, are we?
I think there's a reason why I'm studying TV and radio here at USQ and not being a pilot.
But very realistic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, by pushing forward with the paddle and the stick, you can start to gently take off. We'll give you some further gentle instruction on being able to maintain that ascent, and you'll be able to fly around and have a little bit of a look around at the local scenery.
Oh, wow.
All right.
So I think we'll head back to the studio now, if that's okay. So back to you, Jamie. We'll see where we go next.
Thank you, Nick. Well, USQ's innovative contemporary music program caters for your individual interests and aspirations and allows you to become a versatile musician with many career options. Mark Schultes is our lecturer in contemporary music, songwriting and production. Mark is an ARIA nominee and ARIA award-winning songwriter and recording artist. His work has appeared in numerous film and television productions, including Private Practice, Pretty Little Liars, The Vampire Diaries, Packed to the Rafters and Grimm. He has collaborated with a variety of internationally renowned artists and songwriters, including Don Walker, Cold Chisel, The Veronicas, Ian Archer of Snow Patrol, Troy Cassar-Daly and Wendy Matthews. Mark also teaches songwriting and music production at the University of Southern Queensland. Mark joins us now in the studio. Hi Mark, how you going?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
So what's the best thing about music program at USQ?
Wow. I think for me it's the ability for students by the time they get to third year to be able to design projects that can really help them focus on the career path that they're most interested in. And I guess one of the things about music, unlike some other disciplines, is there's a lot of options for graduates as far as career path.
Yeah.
So students have very different focuses by the time they get into that third year of study.
Yeah.
And that ability to recognise that and to design projects that can help enable students to really work in those areas that they're most interested in, I think is really exciting.
Yeah, it is. So what kind of careers could you be expected to getting out of the degree?
Again, that's sort of a really open question. There's the obvious sort of pathways. I'm going to be a performer. I'm going to be a music teacher, which may, if you wanted to do that in schools, you might then go on and do the Master of Education to add to your music degree. But I think one of the things that seems to be fairly common across all of the creative arts is learning how to create your own opportunities. I mean, for me, being an academic at USQ is really the first job I ever had, because I was always making my own opportunities, creating your own show, creating your own private teaching studio, collaborating with as sort of behind the scenes on other projects. So I think it's really difficult to answer that question, and again, why it's really important that students can find their own focus, but giving them the capacity to be able to create their own opportunities and make their own jobs, really.
Yeah. Okay. So if I wasn't sure that I had enough music skill to go to university for music, what should I do?
That's a good question, because we get, I guess, two kinds of students. One, I think there's two ways that are actually quite common for music making. And they're the students that have learned music since they were little, and they've done a lot of theory, and they have a pretty good understanding of that instrumental practice. And then the others that work largely intuitively. Maybe they got a guitar and they taught themselves how to play, or they learned from watching YouTube clips, or this degree is designed to service both of those markets. For the intuitive music maker, it's helping them unpack how music works and giving them a language to talk about what it is they're already doing.
Yeah.
And then for the learned musician, a lot of contemporary music requires those sort of intuitive skills, improvisation and collaboration, and looking at a chord chart rather than an intricate score where they have the dots and they're told exactly what to play. So regardless of which camp you come from, I would say just come and audition. We don't have an expectation that you will already have a great understanding of theory, or we're there to teach people how to do that stuff. So if you have a deep interest in music and you're unsure, just audition.
Yeah. In what ways would you say the USQ music program is different to that of other universities' music programs?
I think probably in a couple of ways. Most interestingly, I think sometimes the way music's taught, there's sort of theory and context over here, and then there's practice over there.
Yeah.
And we have a real focus on trying to bring those things together. There's no point in understanding the theory if you don't know how to apply it.
Yeah.
So that the thing that I think our students are always collaborating and they're always making things out of the ideas that we present them in that kind of chalk and talk lecture sort of capacities. And I think that's really important. And again, the collaboration. So much of music, I mean, you can do music at home in your bedroom on your own with your computer. But realistically, a life as a musician is really about your ability to collaborate with others. So we have a really, I guess at the centre of our music program are 6 collaborative music practice courses where students are working together. And they're not only learning the sort of language of their own instrument, but learning the language of the other instruments in a contemporary ensemble, and learning how to kind of work together, all those really important interpersonal skills, which I think is what creates that sort of community, which is essential for, again, opportunities and career building later on.
So, more of a fun one now. What is your fondest memory of being a musician? Or
wow. For me, it probably goes back to my my career as a recording artist. I've had the opportunity to work with some unbelievable people. I got home from a gig many years ago to an answering machine message from a guy, Tommy LaPuma, and he worked with Frank Sinatra and Miles Davis, and there was a message on my answering machine that said, "Hey Mark, it's Tommy. I'm hunting you down, baby," which led 10 days later to me being in New York and being signed to Verve Records and making a record with him. So that kind of, for me, while it took me 20 years to get to that point, that felt to me like the starting line, like something really exciting.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much, Mark. We'll now go to something completely different. Did you know almost half of those charged with drink driving in Queensland are only a little bit over the limit? How coordinated do you think you are when you're a little bit over? What about when you're totally wasted? We sent out our roving reporter, Nick Mollenhau, out to experience how alcohol impairs a person's balance, vision, reaction time, and judgment while you're under the influence of goggles.
Thanks, Jamie. We're here at the drunk driving booth today. I'm here with Dr. Suzanne. Dr. Suzanne, how are you today?
I'm very well, thanks, Nick. And how are you today?
I'm sober right now, actually.
Well, let's do something about that.
Well, yeah, we should do it. So what's the purpose behind this booth here today?
Okay, so under the influence of goggles, we've got some goggles here today that simulate different levels of alcohol or drug intoxication. And so this year I've managed to get a driving simulator as well. So if you come along and put the goggles on, you can have a go and see what it's like to drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol. But it will only impair your vision. It won't impair your ability to make good choices and rational decisions.
Oh, well. So we're going to give it a go today, if that's okay with you, of course.
That's great. I'd love you to have a go, Nick. And I think you should just put these ones on. So these are not quite totally wasted, but they're 3 to 5 times over the legal limit. So you're 0.15 to 0.25 over. Okay, so we'll put these on and let's see how well you drive while you're under the influence of goggles.
So I guess we'll swap.
Yes, let's do that. When you put them on, I'll get you to hold this because I'll have to...
okay. Oh, okay.
All right. So can you sit in your seat? You might have to adjust the seat there. It's just exactly like a normal car setup.
So
no,
like
at the front there. Yes. You must put your seatbelt on.
Seatbelt. Yep. Of course. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So manual or automatic?
Let's go manual. I drive a manual myself.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. So put your foot on the brake, and then you'll have to push this button down here to your. That's it to start. Wow. I can't even push the button. Oh, we're off to a good start.
It's okay?
Keep going. I might have to push the accelerator a bit.
Okay.
There you go. I can hear it.
Yep, okay.
Now don't forget to take the handbrake off.
Okay.
And then you must follow these instructions here, down to the left. You're nav man.
I can't read that, but it's okay.
Well, that's all right. You just try your best, Nick.
So here we go. Yep. Cool. So we're in 8 gear, maybe. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. First gear.
There we go. So that's okay. Here we go. And let's change gears. Okay. So I see buildings.
Well, that's promising, Nick.
Yeah.
It's promising.
Okay. A bit quick, but that's okay. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, sorry, yeah.
I don't know, he's doing all right going around that bend.
Okay. I think I just crashed. Did I? Did I? Yes.
Yes, I think he just crashed, Nick.
Okay, I think we might have to end it here, maybe then. Thank you so much, Susan.
Can I just ask you, though, you can lift the goggles if you like.
Oh, yeah, sure.
How did that feel, driving under the influence?
That was scary. Oh, there's people. I didn't even know there was people on the street. Okay, that's actually really terrifying. In all seriousness, like that's actually terrifying. So I recommend, if giving it a go today, coming out here. It is. I guess it's not fun. It's actually a very serious thing. But yeah, thank you so much for letting me have a go.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And back to you, Jamie, in the studio.
Thanks, Nick. And hopefully by seeing what happens under the influence, the message to not drink and drive will get through. If you would like to try your hand at the goggles, they are located in the main marquee here at Open Day 2019. In Ipswich, you will find Art Time Supplies. They have been operating for over 23 years in the historic top of town in Ipswich. Through classes and exhibitions, they are training the next generation of silversmiths, as our media students find out when they visited Kate Roberts. Our next musical guest was born and raised in Liverpool in England, and his passion for music was crafted and built up on from a young age. Writing songs from the age of 14, while on his way to Australia for a second time in 2015, he was playing piano in an airport in Manchester, and an armed police officer joined in singing an Oasis song. Consequently, people filmed it, and the video went viral on Facebook, amassing over 2 million views and it being shown on mainstream news. Matt Breen showcased his latest song on our Connected at Lunch program produced here at USQ, and we are pleased to welcome him on Open Day 2019 with his song, Not Guilty.
So I'm picking up the pieces and I'm trying to get them fixed. But when I think I'm done, it seems there's a few I've missed. Before the jury give the verdict, will you just hear me out? When I say I'm sure I never really had a doubt. So let the courtroom be adjourned and your objections overturned. Cause the fire you've been burning is just burnt out. So I hear what I'm saying and I read my words clear. And oh, yet all I'm wanting, so I've no fear. Yeah, and I'm lying, I'm crying, I'm begging you, please. Do I have to get down on my knees? You're all that means to me, so can you see that I'm not guilty? Yeah, 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 yeah. I can only admit that I did you wrong. Oh, but you're all I'm wanting all along. So let your fire turn to ashes, and those ashes they turn to dust. Or do you have to leave, baby? Well, if you must. So let the courtroom be adjourned and your objections overturned. Cause the fire you've been burning is just burnt out. So I hear what I'm saying and I read my words clear. You know you're all I'm wanting, so I've no fear. Yeah, I'm not lying, I'm crying, I'm begging you, please. Do I have to get down on my knees? You're all that means to me, so can you see that I'm not guilty? Yeah, yeah. Ooh. So clear, you know you're all I'm wanting, so I'm no fear. Yeah, and I'm lying, I'm crying, I'm begging you, please. Do I have to get down on my knees? You're all that means to me, so can you see that I'm not guilty?
Good morning and welcome to the University of Southern Queensland and our Open Day for 2019.
Thank you, guys. Here we are in the atrium. It's the USQ Springfield Open Day today, and it's an opportunity for students, future students, to come and see what's happening at USQ. And one of the courses is Business and Commerce, a very popular course. And we've got Dr. Christina James here to talk about it. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very good. I know you've got another interview to do or a lecture to do.
Yeah, presentation in the auditorium.
Presentation?
At 11:15.
Oh, okay, we'll get you there on time, hopefully. This course, Business and Commerce, what's it entail? What do students expect?
Okay, well, it's really learning the language of business, so it gives you a foothold into the business world. We do 8 core courses, so you don't have to know what you want to do to start with.
Okay.
You get a little bit of each of the subjects in your first year, and then you can choose from there. So many students might do accounting or finance or marketing and tourism. They might be interested in management. It's also a very good degree to combine with another degree if you were interested in IT or law, for example. That's a good combination.
Of course, and there's so many uses for your courses.
There are. People work in all spheres of industry and in running your own business.
Yep.
Day-to-day management skills for yourself, for personal budgeting. Lots of skills to learn.
Well, you guys are here until 2 o'clock today to take questions from people who might want to take any of those courses there. Finance, business law, business economics, administration, the whole lot.
Yep.
You do it all here
at USQ. It's a very broad spectrum of things that we...
I know you're tight for time, so I'll let you go.
All right.
Thanks for joining us, Christina.
Okay.
Thank you. So that's Business and Commerce. Thank you. We're on the move. Where are we going over here? Come this way, guys. Here we are. And we're going to talk IT and computing. And I haven't even met you yet, Doctor. Dr. Matthew, is it?
That's right, Matthew Mangle.
Okay, so we're here till 2 o'clock talking about courses that you're involved with.
Yep.
Information technology. So can you tell us about some of the things that students will go through when they hit USQ running?
All right, so, within the IT program, it's quite diverse. It's across 2 faculties. So there's, if you're interested in doing the business side of IT, you can do that. If you're interested in the science side, heavy programming, all of that kind of stuff, you can do that as well. So it really depends on what your passion is or what you're looking to do as a career going forward. Yeah.
Okay. So undergraduate degrees go for 3 years?
Yes,
still?
Yep. There is also a series of double degrees with IT. You can do business and IT, you can do engineering and IT, science and IT. Yep. And obviously what you can do there is tailor what it is that you're looking to do, so you can be very, you can do things like data analytics, you're working with big data, which lends itself to the scientific field, or you can do security, and that's a very hands-on course, building networks and doing security and all of that kind of thing. So, undergraduate degrees 3 years, those double degrees, I think 4 years for like business and IT, 5 years if you're doing engineering and IT.
Engineering and IT, I know somebody doing that.
Yeah.
Amazingly enough, there are a lot of kids doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they do very much mesh together. There's a lot of overlap with like electronics and all of that kind of stuff, where it all comes together.
Okay, well thanks Dr. Matthew. I hope lots of people come and inquire about the courses.
No worries, thank you very much.
Cheers.
No problem.
And we're moving on. Oh, we have a roving camera here, and we're going to move on. And we'll come over here to, who are we talking to? Here, yes.
I can't because I'm going to be on TV. Sorry.
Okay, we're going to talk to a student. Okay, and of course Heather is here with us. Now, I approached Heather over here at the sciences stand, but you're just manning it. You're not a part of that program.
No, I'm not a part of the program. I did start in the Bachelor of Science and I transferred to the Bachelor of Psychology, majoring in honours program.
Okay, well that's nice. Let's talk to you as a student.
Yes, okay.
So what features do you like about learning here at USQ?
I love the smaller class sizes. I love the closeness in the community, the support that you get from all the academics. I've never had an academic that's not available to talk to me after my class for hours on end. That and the placement opportunities. We get fantastic placements here.
Some courses tend to have small on-campus classes.
Yes.
But it's not that way, really, because most of the students are online.
That's it. It's the flexibility. So
it's incredible.
I study some of my subjects online, which is fantastic if you're working, holding down a job, have a family, that kind of thing, yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Not a problem. Thank you for talking to me.
There's a student's perspective. Have we got any more interviews today? Whoa, we're still roving. Here we go.
Goodness.
Oh, I haven't met you either.
No, pleased to meet you, Nick.
How are you going? I'll just get you to move your arm there, Nick.
Fantastic.
What are we doing here today, Nick? Are you part of the Open Access?
We're part of the Open Access College.
You're going to have to tell me about all about it.
All right, Open Access College. The word open and access give it away. So
it does.
It is for students who want to come through, but maybe didn't get the OP. Maybe they've been out the classroom for a significant period of time. That could be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And they are wanting to come to university, but they kind of self-think they're not ready and they haven't got the qualifications.
Yeah.
That is not true.
Yeah.
We can help them and we can support them with confidence and skills. Pass a couple of programs which are, get this, free.
Yes.
Free. Then they go on to their bachelor studies.
It's a great program, and I myself have taken part in the tertiary preparation program.
Fantastic, and look at you now.
Yeah, so I'm here interviewing all the people who started those courses. So it's completely online, isn't it?
You can do it online. You can do it also on campus here, Springfield or Ipswich or Toowoomba.
Okay, so Open Access, it's right here. Thanks for talking to us.
Have a
Back
good
to you
day.
guys in the studio.
Thanks to John for taking us through and meeting up some of the faculty here at the Open Day 2019. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce a very special guest to our Open Day studio, Professor Geraldine McKenzie as Vice-Chancellor of the University of Southern Queensland, a position that acts as the Chief Executive Officer of the university and the university's Principal Academic Officer. Prior to joining the university in September 2017, Professor McKenzie held many senior executive roles with several notable universities within Australia and was the foundation head of the USQ School of Law in 2007 and 2008. In addition to her extensive organisational leadership experience, Professor McKenzie has an international reputation in her own academic background in law, with a PhD in sentencing law from the University of New South Wales. Professor McKenzie, welcome to Open Day 2019.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here.
Awesome. So why should people choose to study at a university level?
So if you've ever wanted to become a lawyer, an engineer, work in film or TV, become something in health, university is the place to be. So we know that if you go to university over your lifetime, you're going to earn 20% above if you haven't gone to university in salary. Okay. And better still, if you come to USQ, we've got one of the highest starting salaries in Australia for graduates and one of the highest employability rates. So it's about achieving your dreams, but also it's about getting a job that you really want to do, that you've always been wishing to do.
Yeah. So what are you excited about for the future?
Really excited about some of the new programs that we're doing at the University of Southern Queensland. So this semester we've just introduced a Master in Cybersecurity and Master in IT Innovation, which are running from this campus here at Springfield, but also online. Also other things in biotechnology, urban and regional planning, and we've got really exciting things happening in 2020, including aviation at our Toowoomba campus. And at the moment we've got aviation running here. We're now in our 4th year here at Springfield. It's been really successful. And that's also about working with industry. So we work with Qantas in the Qantas Future Pilots program, and soon we're going to have the Qantas Pilot Academy at Toowoomba. So
that's awesome. Yep.
It's really about those links with industry for us.
Okay. So what is your favourite thing about USQ?
Oh, I really love the people. Yep. So it's the students, it's our wonderful staff who are just incredibly committed to the students and what they do. It's about our graduates, but also the way in which we're able to work so closely with industry and the community. I meet a range of incredible people on a daily basis. Yeah. What's really fantastic is when I meet people in the community and they say, I'm actually a USQ alumni. I studied at USQ, and they're so proud of that. It's their university. So that's something which really excites me and makes the job so fulfilling.
Awesome. So what do you think are going to be the big industries of the future?
So undoubtedly, it's going to be a lot about IT and technology. And here at Springfield, we consider ourselves an innovation campus. We're doing really exciting things in this planned community. Springfield is currently around 40,000 people. It's going to grow to over 100,000, probably 140,000. And in this general vicinity, there's going to be 250,000 people. Wow. So this campus is going to be the centre of a really thriving community. And looking to the future, it is going to be about IT and technology. So we work very closely with Springfield City Group, the developers here in Greater Springfield, and really working on that technology hub and what it's going to look like in the future. So the future is incredibly exciting here at Springfield. We've been here since 2006 and we're settled in for the future. So I think this is one of the most exciting places for a university in Australia, here at Springfield.
Awesome. Well, don't forget to get all the information you need to become more at USQ, simply visit our website at www.usq.edu.au. A little music now, and from our showcase program made right here at USQ, on the piano, please welcome Grace Christensen.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment.
Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
It was a big win for the Ipswich Jets.
And then they also started to make decisions and tell the referee, and that wasn't at a time when the referees were calling on them to make a decision. So there was instant rejection from the players, from the coaches, probably from the rugby league public. The bunker system was not seen as a standout feature.
What's the key for the second half, mate?
Defence. Defence and just little errors. We've just got a couple of little errors out.
Down at Brothers League Club with the coaching staff behind the Brothers A-grade side, getting ready for this weekend's grand final match against Goodman.
One of their most experienced players in Trevor Exton. Mate, you've played some big games. How's this one shaping up for you?
Obviously, pretty good.
This is taken by Wes Cullen. And he's just
skips away from
out,
the ankle tap and he's in.
And he's in.
Beautiful.
Look at the ladder results at the moment with the Intrust Super Cup, and as we were mentioning, this weekend will be a big one for the Ipswich Jets.
2 years to go. That's not a lot of time for athletes, so...
Andrew Antonelli still in the lead, and he joins us now live. Andrew Antonelli, good evening.
Hello.
Andrew Antonelli and Mrs. Antonelli and family and supporters, I can see you all there. Has Spencer House called the Ipswich election yet? No, not yet.
Welcome back. Now, Barefoot Brass is a contemporary stage band that was formed in 2014. Based in southeast Queensland, this 12-piece stage band performs a diverse range of music and has performed at the Battle of the Bands in Springfield, the South Burnett Wine and Food Festival in Kingaroy, and the Goodna Jacaranda Festival and the Brisbane Gig Band Festival. But today they are here with the classic hit song, Proud Mary. Please welcome Barefoot Brass.
of the city till I hitch a ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, proud Mary keeps on burning, and I'm rolling, rolling, rolling on a river, and I'm rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. Do 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 do. If you come down to the river, I bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry if you got no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, proud Mary keeps on burning, and I'm rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. Then I'm rolling, rolling, rolling on a river. Yeah.
All heard about drones and how they are becoming more and more popular in areas of surveying and engineering. Here at the Open Day you can learn about the basic elements of drones and how to fly them, which is the task we have set our roving report, Nick Mollenhauer. Let's see how he gets on.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm here at the Drones tent. I'm joined with Zara today. Zara, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Awesome. So let's talk about drones. So what is like one example that you can use drones for? So you're in surveying, I see, but like what's some other stuff?
Yes, some of the stuff that you might find drone to be used is like disaster management and rescue. It can be like for mine site, you know, and mostly the places that they can really access physically, like bushfire monitoring, like flood monitoring, all those things, drone can be used.
Awesome.
But in surveying, we mostly use it for mapping.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. So you use this one right here for that?
Yes, we actually use we also have a bigger one.
Bigger?
Yeah, much bigger. This is just maybe the medium-sized drone that we are using because of the cost. So we can use it to take a photo of the area, and then we can create the map, and we can do a measurement on the map, as well as calculating a volume and designing the road, for example, and all those stuff.
Awesome. And you know, if people can fly some drones today, is there any? There's some out there right now. If you can see it on the camera there, it's just panning around for you. Yeah. So if anyone wants to come to the tent, they can fly these little ones?
Yes, there's a toy one that we let people to fly, but the big one, we have a cage here because this one is under 2 kilo. We still let them to have a little bit of fun going up and down, spin and left and right. That's all due to the safety, because it's a populated area. I can't really get them to fly outside the rope area. That's how we kind of preventing from something bad happen.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat of like, you know, what I flew that flight simulator over there and I crashed a plane. So you don't want a copy of that.
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me today, Sarah.
Oh, thank you so much for coming to our tent. And if you want to fly, man, come forward.
Awesome. So back to you, Jamie, in the studio. Actually, Jamie, do you want to come out and fly a drone with me, maybe? But you can if you want. But
maybe later. Many of our television and radio students get the opportunity to work alongside mainstream media on major events like the Commonwealth Games coverage, the Eurovision Designs competition, and the live stream of the Ipswich Jets home games for the Intrust Super Cup. Students also are invited to cover media calls for many of the major productions at QPAC. So let our students take you behind the scenes of the Bodyguard musical.
Following a hugely successful season in Sydney, the cast of The Bodyguard are here in Brisbane and are just as excited as the audience.
So exciting, and what's fantastic is the soundtrack every night. Just sort of everybody's jumping around backstage most nights, and the audience, you know, they're all up on their feet dancing by the end of the show. It's really great fun.
And some incredible catalogue of music from Whitney Houston.
Huge songs, and anybody that would take them on has to be a brave soul. But Paulini more than covers what Whitney did, and I think people are so impressed with what she does every night. It's breathtaking to behold.
The character of Frank, are you modelling it on the movie, or have you brought your own spin?
Yeah, I mean, of course I have to work within the regime of the character, but I try not to be Kevin Costner. I can only give my interpretation of Frank Farmer. And I do bring a bit of myself in there, and of course the script is slightly different from the movie, just slightly, and so it's quite funny in parts as well, so there's some really nice comedy moments as well.
What's it feel like coming from the recording industry and stepping back on stage?
Well, when you have Whitney Houston as the catalyst for being here, it's just like singing all those amazing songs that we love to do in the studio and transforming it onto the musical theatre stage. And I think that's part of the energy, because people recognise these songs, recognise the movie, and it just makes for a wonderful night for everybody.
What's the character you play?
I play Nikki Marin, Rachel Marin's sister. I am someone like the movie that everybody remembers, but there's a few twists and turns that will definitely keep everybody shocked and amused, I guess, yeah.
And some of the big songs that you sing?
I get to sing Saving All My Love, Run to You, All at Once, and a fair few other numbers, so they're my big numbers.
I wanna run to you, but if I come to you, tell me, will you stay or will you run away?
I actually can't believe I'm getting up every night and singing these amazing songs, and also paying homage to one of my inspirations growing up. It's such an amazing feeling, when you look out there and people are singing along to these songs, and they all know and love the storyline of The Bodyguard. So it's great to take them back on that journey.
Do you feel the pressure of having to, I guess, replicate the movie version?
Definitely. I get little comments here and there on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram saying, it wasn't quite this or it wasn't quite that. But I guess for me, I when I took the role on, I really wanted to make it, how I would play Rachel Marin, and not how Whitney played Rachel Marin. So for me, I had to stay true to who I was, and find the truths in my life that I could kind of connect with the character.
Sensational and great coverage from our USQ media students outside of your academic schedule here at USQ. Many students enjoy what we call student life. This incorporates social clubs, sports, student events and activities. Amy Collingwood works across Springfield and Ipswich as the Student Enrichment Coordinator. She is passionate about bringing the students' experience to life, and she joins us now in the studio. Amy, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
No worries. What does student life do at USQ specifically?
Okay, so student life is all about bringing that student experience to life, essentially. So we look after all your extracurricular and co-curricular activities on campus. So that could be anything from sport to leadership to events, and also to clubs and societies. We also look after your orientation and transitional programs on campus as well. So, for example, for sport, we have an awesome inter-campus touch football competition coming up. So it's Toowoomba versus Springfield and Ipswich.
Cool.
So it's a good little rivalry. We just had a staff versus student dodgeball match as well. So it's all the fun little things. For events, we have huge expos on campus where students can go around and they can grab all the freebies and get all the free vouchers.
Of course,
with our clubs and societies, we got heaps of cool things. So we've got an engineering club. It's good to like network and socialise. And then for our leadership, we have things like our Phoenix Awards. So that's really good for wanting to get that on your resume and like telling, I suppose, future employers, hey, like I'm also awesome at academic stuff, but look at me rock at this co-curricular, extracurricular stuff.
Sure,
so that's essentially what we do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So why do you think it's so important to a student's journey?
Okay, so great question. So essentially, all about going to uni is, passing, getting that piece of paper, getting that degree. But, uni's a great part of your life. So you want to make it memorable. You want to really just have a good time as well. So we focus on leadership with student life. So putting that on your resume and essentially saying to your employer, like that Phoenix Award, look, hey, like I am keen, I can juggle family, I can juggle part-time work or full-time work, whatever it may be, and really just be like, yep, I've smashed it, and the student actually feels more confident as well. So they may come in quite not having that confidence to like juggle everything. They come to student life and say, hey, let's get you involved, let's make friends, let's get those soft leadership skills all ready to go, meeting friends through sport, through clubs, things like that. And I tell you what, it's just, it's great to see when they come in first to uni to graduating. The journey, it is,
awesome.
Yep.
So do you know of any students who really engage with the student life program and what it offered and what they're up to now?
Yeah, sure. So we've had heaps of students come through. A few memorable ones have stuck with me. So we actually had a student that just graduated last semester. He started off just a little bit lacking confidence, came in not knowing anyone at USQ, came to us and said like, hey, look, this is what I want. I want to find some friends. I want to put some stuff on my resume, and we helped him. We really got him into the club side of things, student representation. We have a student representative committee. They're the student's voice. So if we want to make changes, hey, let's get them involved. So and he has just blossomed, and he's actually got a job now down in Canberra.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, doing really well.
That's
so
great.
it's just amazing just to see students grow from something that they're not confident in, and then just having that confidence to go get that job and be like, yep, I can do anything.
Yeah. And with that, if there was one tip you would give to a student starting at uni, what would it be?
Yeah, okay, so yes, study, pass, great, do your academic stuff, that's really important, that's what you're here for, but also, you know what, take time to find out about student life, because it really does help making your student experience at university like a really good one, and one that you'll remember, and one that will add to your resume, because that's what you're here for. You're here to get that job, to get that career going. So it's really great to be a part of the student learning journey.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Many students like to study or chill out in the library, and this is a newly completed asset to the USQ Springfield campus after a major refurbishment. And our roving reporter Nick Mollenhau is set to give us the royal tour.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm here at the library joined with Nayana. Nayana, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. And how are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm really relaxed because the library is so quiet right now. Is it usually this quiet?
Not all the time. We have lots of students coming in and out, and we have quiet areas, but it's a space. It's mostly the space now.
Yeah, it's a public space. So, of course, the library offers lots and lots of books, as I can see around me. So that includes textbooks and stuff like that. But also offers some other things like meeting rooms, I believe.
Yes, we have the books you see is part of it, and the rest of the resources are online for most of our students online. And we have group areas that students can book and come study as groups in the library, and they can book them online. They don't even have to come to us anymore.
Yeah, so it could be nice and peaceful and quiet, so they can all do the stuff online.
Yep, that's right. And then come and book their space, and if the others come, we can always guide them somewhere else.
Oh, that's awesome. But also there's some nice study places I see around here. So if you come to the library, you can have a look. And it was renovated recently, I believe, last year.
Yes, just 1 year old, and we are 24 hours open now.
Yeah, that's
and not that staff is here all 24 hours. Once the staff is gone after hours, the front door will be closed, but you can come through the foyer door and students swipe their cards to get in. So, yeah, it's a good place to study.
Because they mainly also use the computer lab, which is over behind the camera, which I can't show, unfortunately, which is very useful for many people who don't have internet access at home and all that stuff.
That's right. And especially we have mature age students who work during the day and go home, and when the kids are in bed, they come here and study at night. So I think they appreciate it very much to have it 24/7.
And also I know personally some people my age who come in because they either like doing something last minute, don't ever do anything last minute, not encouraging that at all. But I know some people who prefer studying at night than the day, so it's interesting.
Yeah, they come here, and security is here all the time. So when you are here, if you need any assistance, the USQ app that helps you to connect with security anytime, so you can ask for assistance and you're with someone all the time.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining me today.
You're very welcome.
And you can swing by the library and meet Nayana yourself and have a look around our amazing facility here. So back to you, Jamie, in the studio.
Thanks, Nick, and it looks like the perfect modern space to study or catch up on some quiet time. Study spaces in the library are open 24/7, while support staff are on hand weekdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, the Dreamworld Future Lab will be a world-class research facility that allows experts to tackle some of the biggest issues facing our native wildlife. Dreamworld's General Manager Life Sciences, Al Muki, said on completion, the Dreamworld Future Lab will be the only operational scientific laboratory in Queensland that will have the capability to create a STEM tourism experience based on the conservation of koalas and other wildlife. You guessed it, our USQ cameras were there to get this story.
This will be the first of its kind on public display. So guests will come to Dreamworld, to this space. We'll have, the koalas, the live exhibits on this side, and then behind glass we'll have the researchers in action conducting research on wild projects. So it could be koalas, it could be bilbies, it could be treeroos, all Queensland-based wildlife. Koalas are Queensland's state emblem. It's an animal that's decreasing in numbers due to population growth. This southeast corner, numbers are dropping. 10 years ago, 10,000 wild koalas lived in this environment. Now, less than 2,000. This facility, in conjunction with Dreamworld's licensing and scientific permits approvals, will be able to capture the genetics of this decreasing population, bring it into the lab, look at what animals are best paired in the wild, and then return them back to the wild with a joey in its pouch. We grab them before they die. We bring them into this facility, we clean them up, then vaccinate them, and then put them back into the wild in another population, because where they came from, there's no koalas left. So now we've added their genetics to an existing population in Coombabah, and they're clean. In these fragmented communities, you have 40% of the females carrying chlamydia. That means their joeys are going to have chlamydia. They're passing it on to males. You have 40% of males with chlamydia. They're passing it on to others that haven't got chlamydia. And then when it's a closed population, they all end up with chlamydia and they all just slowly die. It'll be a 12-month build, so hopefully Easter next year, when it's bilby time, we'll open this. Wildlife will benefit long term. Tourism will benefit because people that come here will see this first of its kind facility in action. Because we're working with native Australian wildlife, we'll actually see native Australian wildlife and conservation in action. So that's one project that this facility can deliver.
So the Dreamworld Future Lab, certainly a great asset to research in Queensland for our native animals. Well, we'll take a break here at Open Day 2019, and when we come back, if you are keen to write the news or have dreamt of being a reporter, then we may have the career for you.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment. Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
Dr. Karen Courtney is the journalism lecturer at our Springfield campus. Karen has been an award-winning investigative journalist internationally and in Australia. She has a PhD, a Master of Arts degree and a Bachelor of Arts degree with double honours. Karen, welcome.
Thanks so much, Jamie. It's great to see you.
What is the future of journalism?
Yes, well, the good news is that journalism is really growing, that it used to be just a one track to either do radio only or television only, newspapers, but now journalists are really finding it very exciting to combine those different areas. So journalism is growing really rapidly, that 16 million Australians are reading newspapers now as we speak, and that's not just through the traditional newspaper formats, but also through their smartphones as well. So people are calling it the golden age of journalism because there are so many more opportunities to report on the news and report on what's happening in the world around them and being able to reach the public.
Okay, so what is the influence of social media on journalism?
Yes, it's really been huge, and we have classes now that are also looking at journalists and really reporting journalism through social media too. So we find that audiences are really engaged in social media, that they've always been in Australia avid newspaper readers, so that's really going on social media now, that people are really engaged, and journalists can be more interactive too with being able to comment on audiences and engage with audiences, finding out what they really care about in the news. So that's been really helpful to journalists to have that outreach and really find out about things. They're also showing that they really can be trustworthy and transparent by developing their own professional brands on social media and showing that they're the ones who are trustworthy and having reliable news, developing that following and a really good reputation.
Awesome. So why would a student choose to go into journalism at university?
Well, recent journalism graduates have been really optimistic about their futures and have found that there are really a lot of opportunities there. It's been a really bright future for them. So they've been going and becoming newspaper reporters, as well as in Channel 10 and Channel 9 reporters there, as well as for ABC radio producers too. So they're finding journalism skills are really important. Big news organisations are employing journalism students from Springfield, really value them, as well as other companies that even the NRL and AFL are employing journalists. There are a lot of different ones going on to Qantas as well, some journalists being able to, and students from here being able to have marketing opportunities and journalism opportunities at Qantas and travelling too.
Awesome. So what other classes in journalism then?
Yes, so we try to make them really interactive and very practical, that the classes are really ones that are industry relevant, and students often say that they really are surprised at how relevant it is and how fun it can seem, that they can go out and report on crime, for example, or go to fashion or music shoots, or go to concerts as well and photo shoots. So they really like those different types of opportunities, and also commentaries on sports games. So their assignments are actually ones that are for the industry where they can publish for real news. Exactly, yes.
So what is the degree for enrolling in journalism?
Well, there are lots of different options. They can do the extended major in journalism, which is ideal for people who really are wanting to go deeply into journalism and be investigative journalists. So they could do that through the Bachelor of Communication and Media or the Bachelor of Arts. They can also do journalism as part of the Bachelor of Creative Arts. So they can do that through film and television and radio, and journalists really have those different skills now that are in demand. So there's a lot of flexibility and variety.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much, Karen.
Thanks so much, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Well, many courses here at USQ, like that of journalism, are hands-on with creating opportunities for students to enter their chosen industry with real experience. Many of our lecturers and tutors have industry experience and contacts to help guide students into employment. The university is so successful in creating these pathways that we are ranked in the top 3 universities in Australia for graduates in full-time work. For media students, it all starts with creating their own content. Like this story about the environment high atop Mount Tamborine.
Australia is renowned around the world for its diverse plethora of animal species. Located just an hour from Brisbane and overlooking the Gold Coast, Tamborine Mountain is renowned as one of Queensland's hidden treasures. The mountain's tranquility, picturesque hinterland, and charming atmosphere makes it a truly unique tourist destination. However, it's not just a holiday retreat. In addition to its 7,000 residents, the mountain homes hundreds of different Australian species that live in the vast series of forests. The never-ending urban developments are destroying native Australian animals' habitats, pushing them to the sanctuary of national parks. With Tamborine boasting so much untouched rainforest, the animals have found new homes. However, despite the refuge the mountain provides, these animals are still not safe. Luckily, there are organisations like The World As I Am that are making a real difference to the lives of these vulnerable animals. The company's founder and director, Guy Cooper, is strongly passionate about this cause. Guy, thanks for your time. So, when did you start your company, The World As I Am?
The World As I Am started about 3 years ago. We started off sort of doing volunteer work and we built the business from there.
What's the company's main purpose?
We do ecological restoration. We only work with non-profit organisations, Queensland Parks and Wildlife. We don't work for any developers or anyone that's sort of harming the environment. We work with a lot of non-profit organisations, so we basically do reforestation. So we go into habitats, remove any of the weed species and replace them with the natives.
Stephen has been managing Australian native plant nurseries for 19 years and is a local Tamborine Mountain resident. He preaches the importance of maintaining the environment and re-establishing habitats for Australian animals. Giving the animals new homes is just one step in fixing the urban development problem facing the Gold Coast. So Steve, what are you trying to do to help?
Well, we're trying to help by having as much diversity in our plants as we can. So we collect all our own seed and grow all of our plants are grown from seed. So there's a lot of genetic diversity within the species. So, and a lot of those plants just won't be grown unless we basically go out and find the seed ourselves.
Why did you feel that starting a wholesale plant nursery was the right decision?
Well, there's a lot of development on the Gold Coast and we could see that it was going to be, like when we started, it was very small little industry and now it's grown quite large because of the development, and the government has sort of put legislation in place where developers have to basically allow some of the land that they develop to go back to natural bushland.
So who do you generally supply plants to?
Nearly all the plants we sell are to the government in one form or another, but a lot of times you can also get private landholders who have large areas of land that have been deforested. So the only way they can stop the erosion, they found that over years erosion's become so bad that the only way to try and get that land back is to revegetate it. So there's a lot of government funding available for landholders, so ultimately it's the government who's paying for most of the plants.
How do you feel about the current urban development affecting native animals?
It's basically too much too quickly, and so the land is being stripped back so the animals can't adjust to the environment. Plus it's favouring certain species like magpies and crows who chase out local species. And a lot of times local landholders will start stripping out understory. For some reason they like to have it look like a park, and which also favours those species that like those open areas such as magpies and crows.
The urban development of the Gold Coast is ever increasing, and the beautiful sanctuary that is Tamborine Mountain is not going to be enough on its own. While the work of committed people like Guy and Steve is helping to relieve the strain on local ecosystems, there is still a long way to go on the road to recovery.
It seems like a sanctuary, but there is obviously still so much more to be done. Thank you to our lovely USQ media students for that report. Our next musical performance comes from an artist who began her musical journey in South Africa before moving to Australia. Michelle Reitenbach's passion for her craft means she delivers time after time. Her repertoire enables her to play a variety of gigs from background music to party tunes to get the crowd dancing. Please give it up for Michelle Reitenbach and the classic song Valerie.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the waters. And I think of all the things that you're doing in my head, and I paint a picture. 'Cause since I've come on home, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, stop making a fool out of me? Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Oh, Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Oh, Valerie. Oh, did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch that 10. I hope you found the right man who'll fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the colors of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to be that fun? The one you dodging all the time? Are you still dizzy? Oh, 'cause since I've come on home, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, stop making a fool out of me? Oh, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Oh, Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Oh, Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie?
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the University of Southern Queensland and our third big hour of Open Day for 2019. I'm Jamie Cullen, and whether you're looking to be more employable, more inspired, more experienced, more knowledgeable, more prepared, or more connected, we have the people, the facilities, and the industry connections to help you become more of what you want to be. Today you will see real-life careers in action, be inspired by our academics, explore our world-class facilities, and have all of your questions answered. So why should you study at the University of Southern Queensland? It's simple. The Good Universities Guide this year announced USQ is the #1 university in Australia for graduate starting salary. You can choose to study at one of 3 campuses, online, or a combination of both. Our key research areas are above world standard, and our academics have industry and professional experience. Throughout the next 2 hours, whether here on campus or online, make sure you share your experience with hashtag USQ Open Day on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, and you could win one of 5 USQ throw rugs. Also today, whether your dream is to become a solicitor or to use your law skills in human rights, advocacy or international relations by studying law and justice at USQ, you can pursue a career to make a difference. Ever been told to not look directly at the sun? Here at USQ, telescopes have specially designed accessories that allow you to look at the sun safely. You will be able to witness the sun's magnificent features and activity like never before, discovering sunspots, solar flares, and more. Don't miss out on this stellar experience while getting the chance to talk to our USQ astronomers about all things space. But first, it's time to cross to our USQ reporter in the atrium to find out who's about to become more with some of our academics. From Phoenix Media, USQ's very own Jasmine Paris-Bra.
Aviation degree is a 3-year degree. Offered at our Springfield campus and Toowoomba as well. We've got the pretty cool 737-800 simulator out of our Springfield campus that students get to experience during their second semester of first year. In addition to that, we're getting another one up at Toowoomba. Going to be a different aircraft, but that's still under the wraps at the moment.
Oh, that sounds pretty exciting. So why did you choose to study at USQ?
So I chose to study at USQ due to the flexibility. I live pretty close to the campus as well. In addition to that, it's pretty cool. Got a good few mates here who came as well, and obviously the passion of being able to do that in addition to actually studying a degree is just the reason why I chose it.
Where did your passion for aviation start?
So my father was a pilot. He flew general aviation back in the days in New South Wales. Grew up near the airport, and watching all the aircraft coming in on landing and taking off, obviously. From there, just sort of inspired that want to become a pilot.
That sounds so awesome. Is there anything else you can tell us about aviation to encourage young students looking to perhaps do this as their degree?
Probably get a job, do a bit of volunteering. Airlines love to see that sort of stuff. In addition, it means you've got a bit of money as well because it's not the cheapest of all degrees, but it's certainly one, if you've got a passion about it, it'll be really, really easy to do quite well in.
Cool. Well, I hope you have a great day. Thank you for telling us about aviation. We'll just head on to the next person now. Who was our next person? Hello, how are you going?
I'm going great, and I'd love you to talk to my colleague, Sonia.
Sonia, okay, no worries. Hello, how are you? We're just wanting to talk a bit about health and community. Do you have some stuff to tell young people who are wanting to start a degree?
Is this live? Oh, this is live. Okay, sorry. We'll see you later. Okay, what people who want to have a degree in nursing?
Nursing, yeah, sure. Talk about nursing.
All right, I can talk about nursing. Nursing is a pretty versatile degree. It is a degree that could set you up for any number of possibilities. When you take your degree in nursing, you're wanting to go into nursing because you want to make a difference in patient care, in patients' lives. You want to make a difference in population health, the health of a community where you're living. There's a whole number of reasons why people will be coming into nursing. But once you get in, you're doing your science courses, you're doing your nursing courses, you're putting them both together. And then you do some placements while you're in, so you get to see what it's like being a nurse. And then you graduate. And what do you do when you graduate? The world's your oyster. You can work in a hospital, you can work in a community setting, you could work in a hotel, you can work on a cruise ship. The possibilities are endless. So nursing is great, good first degree if if you're not sure, but you want to go somewhere else, but you don't know it, you might love it.
So why should people study at USQ? What makes USQ so great?
Well, I think USQ is pretty good because there's a lot of opportunities here at USQ. There's a lot of support. It's a regional university, so it sort of has a lot of support in place for regional students. We do a lot of online work with students, so even though you might be living out remotely or regionally from here, we still see you because we Zoom in, we have meetings with you online, face-to-face, so you still feel like you're part of the community in the school.
Yeah, so what else does the health and community offer other than nursing?
Well, nursing nursing, paramedicine is an option. You could do biomedical sciences if you want to work in a lab, as a tech. Midwifery is an option. If you're already a nurse, you can do a degree and then become a midwife. And then there's some other services like human services where you could do things like drug and alcohol counseling, community services. There's a few things here about community health and psychology. So a range of things
Sounds like the possibilities are endless.
They are endless. They are endless.
Thank you so much for talking to us today.
That's all right.
All right.
Very much. Bye-bye.
Next. We're heading over to the engineering department now. Would you have a quick second to speak with us here today?
Yeah, sure.
So tell us a bit about engineering.
Oh, engineering. You look at outside, you see engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, engineering is an art.
Yeah, so could you tell us more about it? Like what, why should people study engineering? Like, yeah.
No, they want to face the future. Future, more challenges are there. Then you can have more solutions, appropriate solutions from engineering.
Yeah. So what makes USQ so great to study engineering?
Yeah, you know, we have full-time students as well as online students. If you are working in a ship in Antarctica or Arctic or whatever place, you have a chance to study engineering.
It sounds great. Could you tell us a bit more about what the sort of courses are that people can do in engineering?
Yeah, then now we are the traditionally civil, mechanical and electrical engineers, but now by the advent of computers and modern technology, now we are changing in the phase to more related with the iPhones and Internet of Things and mechatronics into our lives. It makes life easy, and then people like to do anything. Another thing is our body parts and everything, you know, good health, good food, and everything we can achieve through engineering.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. All right, back to you in studio, Jamie. What? Oh, I guess we have another guest here. Oh, hello, Riley. How are you going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Don't know what's happening. That's
I don't know
open
what's
day.
happening. Just tell us a bit about what makes the creative art so good, since we both study it.
I would recommend studying radio. You get to sit down all day, play music, have a chat. You're living the dream and get paid for doing it. Not here. You're learning how to do it. But then if you want to do it, you can get paid for doing it.
Get paid later.
Mm-hmm.
So what made you originally started wanting to do film, yeah? And then you turned to radio. What made you turn?
I think it's more the fact that you get to go out in the community, have a chat to people, get to play music. But you know what? Film's fantastic. I'm not taking anything away from film, but if you want to get out and about in your community, play music, have a chat to people, really connect with your local area, I recommend doing radio.
Thank you so much for talking to us today, Riley. Back to you in studio now, Jamie.
Thanks, Jasmine, for taking us through and meeting some of the faculty here at Open Day 2019. Now it's time to introduce another great local musical artist. Chloe Behrens is always excited to share her music with others. She has entertained audiences for the past 2 years, whilst regularly gigging on the Gold and Sunny Coast and in Brisbane. She hopes to pursue her passion in music and also aspires to write music for film in the future. But today she's here to entertain us. Please welcome Chloe Behrens and Toxic.
Baby, can you see I'm calling? A guy like you should be a warning. It's dangerous, I'm calling. There's no escape, I can't wait. I need a hit, baby, give me it. It's dangerous, I'm loving it. Too high, can't come. taste of your poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? Yeah, yeah, boy, I love what you're doing, don't you know that you're toxic? Intoxicate me now with your loving now. Intoxicate me now, I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. Intoxicate me now, I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now, I think I'm ready. Now I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. Intoxicate me now, I think I'm ready now.
The very talented Chloe Behrens and Toxic. At USQ, we pride ourselves on supporting local talent. Our Emerge program was a student-driven television program that showcased local talent while giving our other media students the opportunity to produce entire shows from the ground up. In this episode of Emerge, USQ Phoenix media students opened up us to the world of Dancer by Grace Knaut.
Hi, my name is Grace Knaut. I'm 16 years old and I've been dancing for 13 years. Well, a typical day for me would be I would wake up in the morning very, very early and I would go with my dad to the company that I train at full time, and I get there about 6 o'clock in the morning, which sounds really early, but to get there at 6, it means I have 4 hours before our actual classes start, which I can do my personal training, I can do some schoolwork for my distance education, or I can practice different things such as singing or acting or getting some homework done. Well, in my personal training, I'm mainly focused on things that will help my body recover and things that will strengthen my body for all the rest of the dancing during the day. So I would start and I'd do some Pilates or some yoga or some light stretching, and then I'd work my way up to some more intense stretching, and I would go to the gym and I would strengthen my muscles, get them as strong as I can. Then after personal training, I would go into my classes, and we usually have about 4 or 5 different classes a day. Some are dancing, some are theory, sometimes we do acting or singing. And then depending on which day it is, I would go to my studio that I go to afterwards, and I would train for another 4 hours, and then I would come home really, really tired and go to bed and then do it again. I love all different styles of dance, but definitely one of my favorites would have to be jazz and contemporary, commercial, and sometimes musical theatre. I'm studying a diploma of musical theatre at the moment, and I'm going on to studying an advanced diploma in performing arts. I want to travel the world, and I want to see so many different places and dance so many different places. Dancing and performing have been one of the biggest passions of mine, and since I was little I've always wanted to be on a stage, and I've always wanted to engage an audience in something that makes them happy or sad or feeling any type of emotion or sharing a story. I want to continue dancing on a stage for the rest of my life, for as long as I can, and hopefully I can make a career out of it. And I really don't want to be stuck to one thing or pursuing only one type of dance. I want to be as diverse as I can, and I really want to explore so many different things.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment. Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
A little look behind the scenes of Phoenix Radio, Phoenix Media there, and some great memories of the radio and television productions undertaken here at USQ. Right now it's time to cross back out to our roving reporter, Nick Mollenhauer, who is taking a look at the College for Indigenous Studies here at Open Day 2019. Over to you.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm here at the Indigenous Education Research College for Indigenous, Education and Research and Studies tent today. I'm joined with Yvonne. Yvonne, how are you today?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm good. I kind of got the name right. Am I correct?
It's a bit of a mouthful. It's the College of Studies, Education and Research.
Oh, good. So, what is it all? So, what's it all about today?
So, the College for Indigenous Studies, Education and Research is short name CISA.
Okay.
Yeah. So we provide all Indigenous specific support for Indigenous students and community that coming on campus across all 3 campuses.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the Senior Indigenous Outreach and Engagement Officer. So I build engagement programs for Indigenous high school students.
Mm-hmm.
So from 7 to 12 to come on campus, experience what university is like, and then hopefully come and enrol here at USQ. And then the other part of the college provides student support through our student support team, and that's pretty much us.
Also, I believe there's scholarships you can apply for as well, I believe. So what types are out there for that?
There's a number of different scholarships that we have with other organisations as well. Arrow Energy is one Indigenous specific scholarship that we promote here at USQ. But there are different supports that we have, which is tutoring for Indigenous students. So, and that's done through the college. What else can I say? I've lost my train of thought.
Good. But there's more information here if anyone's interested in coming, right?
Yeah, there's information about the Indigenous specific subjects that we have. So we have a suite of Indigenous major subjects that you can come and ask about, the overall purpose of the college and what it does. We've got another staff member coming in today, and there's a few Indigenous student ambassadors walking around.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me today.
That's all right.
And Jamie, it's back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Nick, and it's just another great reason to study here at the University of Southern Queensland. Time for some more entertainment now. The Beamish brothers are 2 brothers from Toowoomba whose passions for music have taken them from jamming in their garage to working with artists and labels from around the globe. The brothers have taken a minimalist approach to their latest song, stripping back to Hero the guitar and the boys' honeyed vocals. Please give a big welcome to the Beamish Brothers with Crying with No Tears.
Hands locked and unsteady, perfect smile, but under easy and heaven help, I'm not sure. And so you come to me to forget him, say it's over, then you just let him in again, once again, just once more. You say I hate to make this all about me, feeling guilty, change the subject. Memories have got you lately, it's written on your face. She said don't worry, don't want you to feel bad. Couldn't make eye contact, crying with no tears. I said don't worry, repair this, they can disappear. Morning breaks and he's sorry, says come home, there's no need to worry. Just give me love like before. Oh, bruises trace around your face, and still your son might try to make the claim that so in love, but he wants more. Because I hate him and this all about me, feeling guilty, change the subject. But memories have got you lately, it's written on your face. She said don't worry, don't want you to feel bad. Couldn't make eye contact, crying with no tears. I said don't worry, I can make it better. Broken hearts repair this, they can disappear. Hey, say you hate to make this all about me, feeling guilty, it's only nothing. The weight on your back is too heavy, I'm your steady base. She said don't worry, don't want you to feel bad. Couldn't make eye contact, crying with no tears. I said don't worry, I can make it better. Broken hearts repair this, they can disappear.
The great harmonies of the Beamish Brothers here at Open Day 2019. Time to now introduce another special guest, and Helen Nolan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Student Services, leads the Student Services Division at the University of Southern Queensland. The PVC, or Student Services, is responsible for providing vision and leadership for the non-academic components of the student journey and student experience. Prior to joining USQ in 2011, Helen was the National Marketing Operations Manager for Defence Force Recruiting, one of the world's largest recruitment process outsource models. Helen is also a graduate of the University of Southern Queensland. Helen, welcome to USQ Studios.
Thank you. So pleased to be here. It's
Awesome.
a great day.
So what support sort of services are available to students at USQ?
USQ is really committed to the success of students. So there's a vast array of support services, both in and out of the classroom and available online and in person on campus. So these range from student relationship officer. So student relationship officer is about the person that can help you to build a relationship with the university, ensure to succeed with study. They might be able to help you with your initial inquiries right through to enrolment, right through to study plans. Other types of services that are available, particularly once you start studying at the university, is example, a lot of support services out of the library, and I encourage anybody here today to have a look at our beautiful library facility here at Springfield, which has just been opened in the last 12 months. It's a beautiful space to either collaborate or to come there and do just individual study, whether you're actually studying online or on campus. Together with the library, there's also peer-to-peer learning opportunities. So if your course or program is offers peer-to-peer learning, it's an opportunity to you to get help in a collaborative environment to succeed. As well, we have many other ranges of services, medical services, career counselling, psychology counselling, just to name a few that can really help support your journey. And help is only just as far away as asking, and asking in terms of your academic support and non-academic support to succeed in your studies at university. It's all I encourage people just to ask.
So what's student life like at USQ? Is there much to get involved with?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the areas that I'm really passionate about is student clubs. USQ across all campuses and available to online and on-campus students is about 50 clubs, including some that are available here at Springfield. And just a couple of those that I might mention include some of the sporting clubs, aviation, law and society, as well as the Jordanian Cultural Club. What a great privilege for the university to have that. And of course we have USQ Pride Club here at Springfield as well.
Yeah. So what would be your advice for someone who isn't sure whether they should go to university?
If you're not sure about coming to university, you are so similar to so many people. Everybody has doubts. Am I going to fit in? Am I going to be lonely? And am I going to be able to succeed at university? USQ is so committed to helping all students in that transition from, whatever their life has been before they came to university, whether that's high school or I've been out of studies for some 2, 5, 10 years. So just give it a go. And once you've given it a go and availed yourself of so many support opportunities, you will succeed. And we're damn sure that you're going to succeed to the best of your ability.
Awesome. So as a USQ alumni, what is your fondest memory of being a student?
Well, I might say 2 fond memories of my time at university is the lifelong friends that I met when I came to university, and they're from diverse backgrounds that, maybe I hadn't come in touch with before, so that was good. And also, because the class sizes can be small, not in every program, you get that opportunity to have closer interaction with your tutors and academics, and then that can really help put you in the right step. And like as time goes on, when you're starting to think about, once you finish university, it can really help you with that career support and encouraging you to think about the possibilities of where you might end up in your working life.
So coming to now, what is your favourite thing about USQ nowadays?
My favourite thing is the people. Now, whether that's the students are what makes me come to USQ every day. I love seeing people thrive, succeed, and just the possibilities of working in a film and TV radio studio, working in a medical laboratory, engineering and surveying. I want to be a surveyor. Working outside, that sounds kind of cool. There's so many opportunities, and I just encourage people to really explore where, what you're passionate about, and see how you can align that with studies at USQ.
Well, thanks so much for giving us an insight into student life here at USQ. Of course, there are many student support groups and clubs within the university that assist and support students across all three campuses. One group that does outstanding work is the LGBTQI Student Services, and our roving reporter, Nick Mollenhow, is now with them.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm here at the LGBTQI+ tent. I'm joined with Ash. Ash, how are you today?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yourself?
Pretty good. So here at the tent today is lots of flyers I see. I believe these flyers have the LGBT, all that stuff, information on it.
Yep.
What else have you also got here at the tent?
So we've got some information about different genders and sexualities. We've also got some free lollies for anyone who comes by, and just some info about the club and what we do on a day-to-day basis.
That's awesome. So I believe you have some events that you guys do. So what type of events do you guys do?
Yes, we try and do a social event about once or twice every semester. So we try and do a little bit of social stuff and a bit of, that really like low-key fun things to do with people. So like last semester we had a really fun picnic at Ipswich campus, which was really cool, and people can just come and go as they please, and drop in and be in a safe space surrounded by like-minded people, basically.
Yeah. And USQ does have safe places for LGBTQI plus students as well, so would you like to talk more about that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, the libraries at all three campuses have been designated as safe spaces for LGBTQ people, and what that means is that basically the library staff are allies, and you can go up to them if you've experienced any homophobia on campus, or if you've been made to feel uncomfortable at all, you can go in and talk to one of them and they can help you through that kind of thing. So yeah,
it's amazing. It's amazing that USQ does has a club like this. And is there anything else you want to add?
Not really.
Well, I think that's pretty much it for today. Come by the tent. As Ash said, there's lollies. I mean,
what more could you want?
That's pretty much it. So we'll go back to the studio to you, Jamie.
Thanks for that, Nick, and it really showcases the university's values of respect, integrity and excellence. Many of our television and radio students get the opportunity to work alongside mainstream media on major events like the Commonwealth Games coverage, the Eurovision Decides competition and the live stream of the Ipswich Jets home game for the Intra Super Cup. Students also are invited to cover media calls for many of the major productions at QPAC, so let our students take you behind the scenes of the Matilda the musical.
The much-anticipated musical production of Matilda is now calling Brisbane home. Winner of over 70 international awards, including 15 for Best Musical, Matilda the Musical is based on the beloved novel by best-selling author Roald Dahl. Two of the pivotal adult roles transport the audience into the essence of Matilda, especially Miss Honey, who befriends the young gifted girl and discovers her talents.
It's correct, absolutely. I think that Mrs. Phelps and Miss Honey are a lot of the heart of the show, and they really kind of help see the gentler side of Matilda, because when everyone else, all the other adults and the other children are such bullies, Matilda, this child with such strength, kind of has to stand up to them. So we get to see her vulnerable side through us as well, so we're kind of there to help her.
So Mrs. Phelps is in the library, and she offers Matilda a safe place to come and be creative. And I think the best bit about my character is I get to be warm, but I'm quite gruff at the same time. So you might not know that I'm being loving because I'm yelling, but which is a lot like a Jamaican woman. So quite easy for me to play. But yeah, I just get to sit there and listen to her tell me these beautiful stories every night.
But isn't it great?
Definitely.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think that's one of the really unique and special things about this show. It's not only encouraging children to read and to be creative and tell stories, but also to be brave, to stand up for things that aren't right, which is a lesson that I think all of us as adults also probably need to heed a little bit more in today's society. But it is.
Yeah, and learning to speak your truth in life is something that we all kind of, struggle with. So that's a big message in this show.
And that really big Roald Dahl thing. Like Roald Dahl always said that he felt his job was to entertain, but he also wanted to encourage children to read and for them to feel like reading is fun and reading is exciting and reading is something to be proud of. And I think that we sometimes lose sight of that, but this is something that kind of really empowers children to rediscover that.
It is the story of an extraordinary girl who, armed with a vivid imagination and a sharp mind, dares to take a stand and change her destiny. Matilda is produced by the Royal Shakespeare Company and Louise Withers, who is thrilled to be able to bring new musical theatre to Australia.
Oh, look, it's absolutely a treat. And of course, Tim Minchin being composer and lyricist and being Australian is something that is absolutely to be celebrated by us all. Look, I think I love Matilda because of the challenge it presents. It's a very big company. It requires you to pull all of those strings together every day and make sure that it's the best it can possibly be on stage every night. So I love this show, and I love shows with kids in, because I think it balances everybody's performance, and I think it also makes children be the best they can possibly be, and it proves to adults that they can be pretty amazing.
Well, the industry has certainly voted with their feet with the Hellmans. You must have been ecstatic.
Oh, how could a girl have a better night than that? 13 possible awards, 13 wins. That's not even a record you can beat. So, was I ecstatic that night? I was over the moon, and I was very proud of the company because it was celebrated on all levels, for choreography, for writing, for lighting, for sound. Absolutely every area of the show was celebrated, and that's very unique.
Matilda the Musical is written by playwright Dennis Kelly, with music and lyrics by the amazing Australian comedian, musician and composer Tim Minchin, who has written a vibrant and energetic score.
It is high energy and it's super colourful and stuff, but it's not like, I want to say Broadway brassy or cheesy, because it's got all this darkness and moments of incredible stillness and sadness that, again, adults feel deeply, but kids kind of, oh, it's the story. And so adults come out of Matilda often, I think, feeling quite moved, and kids come out going, let's go trash some stuff and read some books. I used to have a lot of ideas, and some of them would hit and some of them wouldn't. And I wrote to the Dahl estate and asked for the rights. And they sort of said, if you send us a score, we'll consider it. And I'm like, what's a score? I don't know what that means. And I got the willies and left it. And then 10 years later, Matthew Watchers came to me and said, have you heard of Matilda? Have you ever considered writing a musical? And I was like, I've been writing music for theatre since I was 17. It's just that no one knew about that because I was so massively unsuccessful. Blissfully started auditioning these kids and very quickly realised that some kids are Matilda and some aren't. Because Matilda's a very unusual little monster. I mean, she's incredibly bright. She lives in a family without love. She's a curious thing, and we believed that a 10-year-old girl could play this role, which is not just the biggest children's role ever created for stage, but is one of the biggest roles for anyone's age. We believed they could do it, that Matilda, a 10-year-old girl, could sing about relativity and could have this incredible vocabulary. And we believed the kids in the audience would have no problem understanding it, because everyone underestimates kids. And Miss Trunchbull underestimates kids, and she gets shown that you shouldn't.
Matilda is now playing at the Lyric Theatre QPAC for a strictly limited season. Book now on QTix 136246 or online at qpac.com.au.
REVOLTIN. Revolting time. Will S-I-N-G. U-S-I-N-G. Will be R-E-V-O-L-T-I-N-G. It is too early for you, we are revolting. We are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till our revolting time. It is too early for you. We are revolting children living in revolting times. We sing revolting songs, using revolting rhymes. We'll be revolting children till
we are going to take a break, and when we come back, a look behind the scenes of what they call furries, the role of a student relations officer, and a beautiful lie by Nicolette. That's all still to come on this live coverage of USQ Springfield's Campus Open Day for 2019. Stay with us.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment. Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
Welcome back to our coverage of USQ Springfield's 2019 Open Day. If you are joining us on campus, our award-winning career development practitioners have appointments available for free 15-minute career conversations today. There are sessions throughout the day to assist you in your transition to university, including scholarships, workshops, online study demonstrations, and how to get into USQ and the application process. Check out the times in your program. You can also take a tour of our lovely campus and see all of the facilities the campus has to offer. These leave from the campus tour tent every 30 minutes. Finally, check out the maker space and what can be made from 3D printing. This is located in the main marquee between buildings B and D. You will also find many more activities from our law and justice education and engineering and built environment study areas. But if you are watching from home, here is our Emerge production produced by media students of USQ and a look into the furry world of Gabby Marshall. Some technical difficulties. We'll be getting that overlay up soon. Okay, sorry, we will be taking to cross back to our reporter, Nick Mollenhauer, who is discovering how you can become more with our Student Relationships Office. Over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm here with Alicia, who's with the Student Relationship Officer booth here in Building D. Alicia, how are you today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm pretty good. So, what is a Student Relationship Officer?
So we work in student support. So we're located Springfield, Ipswich and Toowoomba.
Yeah.
And we pretty much support students from first enrolment all the way until they graduate.
Wow. So like what type of support do you do?
So it can be support from enrolment, completing Commonwealth supported forms, guiding them through the USQ webpage, guiding them through their study desk, what services are offered at USQ, how to enrol as well. So we can do face-to-face appointments, we've got online chat, phone, email, any question they have about their study, that's what we're here for.
And that face-to-face is available at all campuses, is that correct?
Yes.
And whereabouts on each campus?
So Ipswich is H block where the library is. Toowoomba is B block, so it's the front building with the green hedge on it.
Yep.
And then Springfield is B block. Yeah.
Awesome.
No appointments needed.
Oh, really? So I can just rock up and be like, help, I've got this trouble, help me.
That's exactly right. As long as it's Monday to Friday, 8 to 5.
Of course.
Yeah.
Can't rock up on Sunday. Could be like, why is no one here? They could tell me anytime.
Exactly.
So what else have you got offering at the booth today? I see some lollies, which is always great.
Yes, which I think we've eaten most of them.
Well, so you need to come here quickly.
Yes. But also we've got Head Start next to us as well, which is a great program for year 10, 11 and 12 students.
Yeah, so what exactly is Head Start?
So it's where they can do a USQ course while they're at school.
Oh, wow.
And it pretty much can help with their OP, also getting them used to uni as well and to see what they like.
Yeah.
So it's quite popular.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had quite a few questions, probably more on Head Start than what our role is today.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been a meetup leader before, and I have helped out students who are currently in high school, and then they came to the course.
Yes.
And it's a very popular thing. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, it is really good. And I support these students once they're enrolled until they graduate.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, so it's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you.
And come by to D Block to check out for more information on both SROs and Head Start. And I'll go back to the studio with Jamie.
Thanks for that, Nick. Now we're just going to dive our Emerge cameras into the world of Lee Solo.
What's up? I'm Lee Solo. I'm the creator of Salem 7, and I like to make really cool stuff. I think maybe like my personal trademark or stamp would have to be like the number 7. So like intense about that number to me, like it has a real impact on me for some reason. And like I have a secret blog that no one knows about, it's just for myself, where it's like I just take photos of 7s wherever I see them. And I feel like I see that number when something good is about to happen to me, or it's like a sign. Back when I was like 15, Instagram was around, and that was really cool. And you know, as soon as I got on that, like I loved it, because I've always been sort of like out there, a little bit of a different character, and I just found this as a platform to express myself. And so like, you know, I would just take photos of my outfits or like cool places I was going, things I was doing. And then I started getting into art more seriously when I was 16. And I started just like dropping my art on there, and people were like, yo, this is really cool. And so I kept doing it, and you know, people were really digging my art, which was crazy. And so, you know, and then it just became a thing where like my Instagram is my art place. Like it's a gallery for me, I guess, with a mixture of photos of myself, so it has like a bit more personality. But now it is prominently just art. When we were at school and we were sort of sharing what our dream career is, when I said, I want to be an artist, like a lot of kids laughed at me and they told me like, oh, you're not going to make a lot of money doing that. You're going to be living with your parents and all kinds of things. But like, I didn't care. I didn't want to be a dentist or a lawyer. And like, that's cool if that's what you want to do. But for myself, like, I wanted a life where I could, you know, be true and like make something that means something to me, that makes me excited and passionate every single day. The most rewarding part about this is that I'm an artist, and I'm so young, and like this is only the beginning. Just last year, I was talking to my cousin, and I was saying, man, maybe I'm not supposed to be an artist. And he was like, what the heck, you can't do that. And he was like shaking me, and I was like, oh, okay, right, I'll stick to it. But I think like, you know, the fact that I was so close to giving up because I was working so hard, and like it just wasn't working out. To where I am now, it's like, you know, I can do anything. I honestly feel like anything is possible, and I feel like anything is possible for anyone. The fact that I only just made this like an official clothing label in April, and that it's already like, you know, it's already skyrocketed. It's so rewarding because people are finally seeing my hard work and it's being paid off. Maybe earlier this year, I made like a website and like announced it to the world, hey, I have a clothing label now, check that out if you want. And like hours later, this like skate store in America hit me up, and they were like, yo, we really like your clothes, we'd love to have them. And so, yeah, now I have my art on shirts selling in America and soon to be Canada. As much art as there is out there, the world still needs more of it, and you gotta keep making it, and you can't stop, because at the end of the day, we're in our own boats and we're all going through our own experiences. But like, if you can share what wave you're riding, what your experience is, then maybe someone else might see that and they'll feel less alone. And that's important, I think, is to just make something that's really true and raw, and even if it's terrifying, it's important.
USQ is a vibrant and exciting university to undertake studies. We have more than 27,500 students from around the world, 700 specialised professional courses, and our employees and students speak 126 languages. Talk about diversity. In our creative industry courses, USQ can cater for many interests including dance, singing, acting, and so much more. Students love to venture into artistic worlds where inspiration, passion, and dedication are the key factors. Just see the wonderful works brought to life in this story about the almost forgotten art form of a porcelain artist.
In my 20s, I started with art. I was asked to a coffee afternoon and they were doing porcelain, and that's why I started with porcelain on glaze painting. And I loved it. I really loved the medium. It takes a long time to do, but it's very interesting. And in 2005, I then moved to just do some painting as well, which developed my skills. And I started exhibiting porcelain at that stage. Porcelain on glaze painting is becoming a lost art because back in the 1700s, ladies used to sit around and decorate their china and their dinner sets. And nowadays people like to buy things, so they're not sitting and decorating. The Royal Daltons and the Worcester type plates, which Grandma had as a dinner set, were all hand painted. The process that I use in making my pots is quite drawn out and can take up to 2 weeks to do. First of all, we get the clay and we mix it into a slip, which is a liquid form, and that then is poured into a mould. Once the clay is dried in the mould sufficiently, we take it out. Once it's taken out, we can then model the clay and carve the clay and let it dry, which can take several days to do. After that, we put it into the kiln and fire it for the first time at its highest temperature, which is around 1200 degrees. After that firing is a glaze firing, which is slightly reduced at temperature down to 1000 degrees. After those firings, we go ahead and we paint on the porcelain with various products, and each product has to have a different firing so that they lay it onto the piece. So those firings can be quite extensive, 6 firings to 10 firings. A usual piece will have no less than 6 firings. And my most extensive firing that I've done on a piece of porcelain is 22 firings. I have produced a dress that has been modelled and shaped into a bodice of a dress with some other decoration, which was a bit of a challenge that I took up when somebody wanted to include me in a fashion parade. There's quite a variety of things that you can pour and shape.
Time for a little music now and a haunting yet beautiful song called Beautiful Lie. Please welcome to Open Day 2019 Queensland singer Nicolette.
I think you should leave now. This isn't for the best. My hair's a mess, the bed's a mess. I'm not one to give a second chance. It was a beautiful lie, baby. I really fell hard this time. Save me. You've told it so many times. It was a beautiful this time. The nights were cold before you, but grew colder when you were here. Make-believe memories you promised me you'd never leave, you'd stay with me just for tonight. It was a beautiful lie, baby. I really fell hard this time. Save me. You've told it so many times. It was a beautiful lie. This time, maybe I told you too much. Maybe I scared you away. Open my heart with no way to save it. It was a beautiful lie. I really fell hard this time. You've told it so many times, baby. It was a beautiful lie this time.
Welcome to the University of Southern Queensland and our final hour of Open Day for 2019. I'm Jamie Cullen. Whether you're looking to be more employable, more inspired, more experienced, more knowledgeable, more prepared, or more connected, we have the people and the facilities and the industry connections to help you become more of what you want to be. Today you will see real-life careers in action, be inspired by our academics, explore our world-class facilities, and have all of your questions answered. So why should you study at the University of Southern Queensland? It's simple. The Good Universities Guide this year announced USQ is the #1 university in Australia for graduate starting salary. You can choose to study at one of these 3 campuses, online or a combination of both. Our key research areas are above world standard and our academics have industry and professional experience. Throughout the next hour, whether here or on campus or online, make sure you share your experience with #USQ Open Day on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, and you could win one of 5 USQ throw rugs. Also today, have you always wanted to fly a commercial aircraft? You can watch live demonstrations in our high-tech flight simulator and have all of your questions answered by our qualified staff. Why not take a break? And families are encouraged to participate in the health and physical education treasure at the Rondel, or be inspired by the Join the Dots puzzles and Mr. Squiggle. Come along and guess the image being produced in the Surveyor's Total station in Building F. It's all happening today here at USQ Springfield Campus Open Day for 2019.
So if I just took my...
But first, for the final time, let's see what's happening in our fantastic atrium where all day today academic staff have been inundated with lots of potential students getting all their questions answered. What's happening, Riley?
You know what? I'm actually really thinking about getting like a ham and cheese roll or,
Oh, no way.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Riley, I'm from Phoenix Radio 1197 AM. You can tune in every Monday from 1 till 3. Just a little self-plug. I'm here with a couple of lecturers, film and documentary lecturer, Mr. Daryl Sparks. How are you?
Doctor, I didn't take 8 years in evil PhD school to be Mr. Thank you very much.
Dr. Daryl Sparks. Tell me, why should students come here and study film and documentary?
Well, apart from the obvious, me, the other thing, we have a fantastic suite of different courses in filmmaking, documentary, editing, cinematography, directing. What isn't there to love? Not only do we keep the classes manageable with great equipment, but you have industry recognised and still working in the industry, making films, who teach you how to do these things. That's exactly why, Ron.
Oh, there you go. Plus, you get to watch movies. So if you like doing that at home, just come and study.
Them out. We're always bagging movies out, so that's half the fun of bagging other people's work.
Film students will be film students. And I'm also with a new lecturer who's starting next year. What's your name?
I'm Mark Schultes. I've been teaching at USQ for 7 years already. But music is coming to the Springfield campus next year, so.
How exciting is that? If you're around and you want to study music, come on to USQ starting next year. I might do that. I might need to change courses.
I'm thinking about doing 80s music, Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink,
That would be cool. We can transition music into choosing music for films.
Oh my God. No, that wouldn't work at all because, the great soundtracks have already been written. It's the John Hughes film collection. Everything from like 1982 to 1987, that was it. After that, it was all downhill.
Well, we make our own film, so we can choose music for our... Yeah. Well, that's very exciting. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's going to be nice to kind of be in a new space. I mean, we've been looking at this region for a long time, thinking that we would like to be down here offering music. So it's nice to kind of stretch out from Toowoomba and have something new to offer folks.
So do we just get to play music or do we learn about how to compose music?
Yeah, so the course is kind of multifaceted. There's aspects of performance. My specialty is songwriting and music production, and that's my background as a recording artist and performer. So they're the things I like to teach. And then there's also the traditional music theory and context type things as well. But I think the great thing is that everyone's always making, it's like across all the creative arts. It's not just let's learn about stuff and in all, wherever possible, it's here's some ideas, now make something new with it. I think that's what's great about studying creative arts,
Fantastic. Well, there you go. Speaking of fresh, I'm going to take you into the cafe. Are you guys hungry? Or you just had...
Did you say fresh?
Fresh.
Wrong place, mate.
That's fine. Oh, come on over to the cafe. I'm starving. I'm fanging for a feed. So if you haven't been into our cafe, it's kind of a bookshop as well. It's beautiful. So we have a discount table. If you ever forget your notepad, you might want to come on. And of course, the beautiful food you can find here, level two, building B. What do you guys reckon? Do you reckon Lift, Sprite, Cola? Lift? Huh? Go for the Coke, she says. I will do that, but I'm going to take you over to the food instead. There is no food. That's because I came here earlier and I ate it all, but that's all right. We're going to come and have a look at the beautiful scenery here at Open Day 2019 Springfield campus as we look over. How beautiful is that? Gorgeous, isn't it? Well, if you guys don't know what you're up to, go have a chat to someone. Look for someone wearing the USQ Open Day staff. Have a chat. If you don't know what you're studying, then this is the perfect opportunity to get creative and find out what you want to do. So, I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do, Jasmine?
I'm not too sure. Why don't we talk a bit more about film, because that's what we study.
So, you being a film student, what are some of the opportunities you've had with film?
So, it's a bit of film and TV, but USQ offers a lot. You would know we both went to and did Eurovision at the Gold Coast. That's pretty exciting.
That was very exciting.
And in the TV side of things, I had an internship at Channel 9 at the start of the year, which has landed me a job. So you can actually have industry jobs before you even leave the university, which is why I think USQ is amazing.
Well, there you go. What's your favourite film?
10 Things I Hate About You.
With Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that movie. It's a good movie, And that's all the time we have, so back to you, Jamie.
Thanks so much for the great coverage, Riley and Jasmine. Also, please pass on our thanks to your cameraman, Lachlan. Well, now to something different yet again. The USQ Makerspace is a community space for all students and staff to come together to make and create. The Makerspace can be used for class projects, student clubs, to test an idea you might have, or just for fun. Currently, the Makerspace has a 3D printer, a badge maker, hand tooling, crafts materials, and much more. Steph Piper is a community engagement coordinator and runs the Library Makerspace on the Toowoomba campus, a space for students to do 3D printing, electronics, and hands-on projects. Steph, welcome to Open Day.
Thanks.
So what's so great about the USQ Makerspace?
It's a really exciting space to be in because it doesn't matter what discipline you're from, you can come in and use the space for whatever projects you'd like. Yep. So we've got a huge range of equipment in there. You can get 2 free 3D prints on the house just to try it out, give it a go. And we've also got a 3D scanner, new electronics bench. It's all happening.
Okay. What are you 3D printing today?
So today we're printing out some little tiny Pokemon little figurines. The kids have been loving them. It's been great. So they're little Eevees, and they take about an hour to make on the machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So what 3D printed samples and projects have you got on display?
So I brought a few of them along with me today for you guys to have a bit of a look at.
Yeah.
So this one here, this is actually my 3D printed wallet.
Oh, wow.
So it's my actual wallet. So we can print in flexible materials now, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah. I
also have a 3D printed jacket as well. So I can actually put this on and wear it as well.
Wow,
and it's actually
awesome.
really bouncy. So you can't do anything serious wearing this. It's great.
See, these don't seem like things you could 3D print. So
it's a really exciting space at the moment in the way that you don't have to be a scientist or an engineer to get stuck into this stuff. You can do really cool stuff just by being creative.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. I've also got any idea who this person is?
No, is it just me that's up?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you. It's me. That's awesome.
It's me. yeah. So
that is cool.
Yeah, these are pretty good fun. So you can be like, I'm beside myself, you know.
Sweet.
But yeah, so lots of cool stuff to go and check out in the stall anyway.
That's awesome. So how can distant students get involved in the Makerspace?
Yeah, so at the moment we are running a pretty exciting Maker Kits project where you've got to keep an eye on the UConnect announcements and on the website. You can actually apply to receive a free electronics kit in the mail, which is pretty exciting. So the ones that we've been releasing so far have been an Arduino and sensors kit. We've got a wearable technology kit coming up soon as well as a home automation and a robotics kit. So you get those free in the mail with all the instructions you need to put them together. And
oh wow,
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
it's a great piece. Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in. So check out the Makerspace team here at Springfield campus on Open Day 2019. We'll get some more music for your entertainment now. Maddie Thompson is a singer, guitarist and songwriter who lives on the Gold Coast. Recently, she teamed up with our television students here at USQ for a great acoustic recording of the hit song from Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Please welcome Maddie Thompson.
I get up in the evening and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. Well, I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just sad and bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use just a little help. You can't start a fire. Start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire, even if it is dancing in the dark. Messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on and I'm moving around the place. I check my look in the mirror. I wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face, man, I get nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. Baby, I just know there is. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. You sit around getting older with your jolty somewhere and it's on me. Shake the world off your shoulders. Come on, baby, the laugh's on me. Stay on the streets of this town, and I'll be covering you up, alright. They say you gotta stay hungry. Well, hey, baby, I'm just about stopping the night. I'm dying for some action. Sick of sitting right here trying to write this book. I need a love reaction. Oh, come on, baby, give me one look. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Can't start a fire. Worrying about your little world apart. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment. Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
It was a big win for the Ipswich Jets.
And then they also started to make decisions and tell the referee, and that wasn't at a time when the referees were calling on them to make a decision. So there was instant rejection from the players, from the coaches, probably from the rugby league public. The bunker system was not seen as a standout feature.
What's the key for the defence and just little errors. We've just got a couple of little errors out.
Down at Brothers League Club with the coaching staff behind the Brothers A-grade side, getting ready for this weekend's grand final match against Goodman.
One of their most experienced players in Trevor Exton. Mate, you've played some big games. How's this one shaping up for you?
Obviously, pretty good.
This is taken by Wes Cullen. And he's just
skips away from
out.
the ankle tap and he's in.
And he's in.
Beautiful.
Look at the ladder results at the moment with the Intrust Super Cup, and as we were mentioning, this weekend will be a big one for the Ipswich Jets.
To go. That's not a lot of time for athletes, so
Andrew Antonelli still in the lead, and he joins us now live. Andrew Antonelli, good evening.
Hello.
Andrew Antonelli and Mrs. Antonelli and family and supporters, I can see you all there. Has Spencer House called the Ipswich election yet? No, not yet.
We hope you enjoyed that highlight package of some of the sporting action covered by USQ Television students. We're now currently joined by an artist who has been playing out in the outside area with her ukulele. Britannia, how are you going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, yeah, good. So I'm understanding that you are a second-year music student?
Yes, I'm a second-year music student. I'm also double majoring in Chinese as well.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm on Toowoomba campus.
Yeah. Yeah, so music isn't actually available in Springfield yet. I think we were just talking to the music lecturer who has been at Toowoomba, Mark, who is going to be coming here next year for providing music to Springfield and everything. So, do you work with him in Toowoomba?
Yeah, I do. He's my lecturer. I've had him for a few classes now, first year and second year, specifically like songwriting and music production and that kind of thing. So he's been great to work with, especially because he has all that professional experience.
Yeah. When I did my interview previously with him, he was, we were kind of talking about all of the people he's been involved with and everything like that. So, more on you. What instrument do you play most frequently, and what do you perform with?
When I perform solo, like today, I tend to gravitate towards the ukulele because I've been playing it for about five years now, and I just think it's got a cute little sound. It's kind of convenient to carry around. However, when I'm playing at uni, kind of in our collab classes and our concerts and stuff, I'm primarily a bass guitarist.
Okay.
So I started learning last year because we needed a bass guitarist in our class, which was super great. I've been being taught by Helen, who's also a music lecturer in Toowoomba, and she is an absolute bass guitar wizard. She is amazing. So learning from her has been kind of like a once in a lifetime sort of opportunity.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And then my third instrument, which I've been playing for 10 years now, is saxophone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that I started on first back in primary school.
Yeah.
I don't get to play it as much as I'd like to, but I still get to, bring it out every so often.
Occasionally.
It's good, yeah.
So could you pick a favourite of them?
Oh, it's kind of hard to choose. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to go for bass. Maybe it's because it's kind of still new for me.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But it's just so funky. I feel like a song that has a solid bass line, it's just all there,
it's great, yeah.
You can groove along.
It's the best part about it, yeah. So I understand you were also a part of The Voice at a time. Do you want to talk to me about that?
So I competed on The Voice Australia 2 seasons ago in 2017. And basically the reason that I went on was I was a bit kind of interested in seeing like behind the scenes of reality TV more than anything. So I auditioned, just threw my name into the ring. And I was fortunate enough to actually be selected to go through to Blinds in Sydney to go down there and film. And I sang Safe and Sound by the Civil Wars, featuring Taylor Swift. And Boy George ended up with me on his team. So that was awesome. Kind of unexpected, super great though, and it was a great experience.
And how was he?
Oh my gosh, amazing. He's like, it's really easy to forget that, George, Delta, all of those coaches are kind of famous celebrities because they're just so down to earth and they're lovely, and they just have so much wisdom to give you, and it's really amazing getting to film with them, music with them. Yeah, it's great.
So how do you feel about USQ and what USQ does for music and your classes, really?
Honestly, I love it here. Like, I first came to USQ in 2017, and I was I auditioned for theatre, and then I kind of switched, and I was kind of in between, like, oh, which major do I want to do? I was really unsure. Then I went on The Voice, and I was like, oh my gosh, music is where I belong. So immediately I was like, got to do music. Started to do Chinese as well because I have an interest in languages, and then I've just loved it ever since the first day. I mean, the community is amazing. The lecturers are amazing. They're so smart and talented, and they have so much to just give, and it doesn't feel like you're in class. It doesn't feel like you're in a lecture. It feels like you're, doing things. It's practical. You're picking up skills. Every single class you go to, you leave that class a better musician. Yeah. And it's amazing. If you are considering doing music, I highly, highly, highly recommend you come and give it a shot, because it's just amazing. It's a great thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and that's just at Toowoomba, but if starting next year, it's also at Springfield.
Yes, so, and it's the same lecturers that'll be down here. So it's going to be, I assume, the same experience. So it's definitely worth, next year, come to Springfield. If you're in Toowoomba, come to Toowoomba. It's just great.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Britannia. We'll have to get you to play something for us very soon. But now it's time to get to another flashback from our Connected at Lunch program, which was produced entirely by media students here at USQ. Our reporter Greg Hinks visited a Queensland icon, a symbol loved by both men and women, and an institution that puts the party in full swing. I'm talking about the 4X Brewery. It was a story Hinksy was very excited to bring to you.
Hi, I'm Hinksy, and I've got such a tough job today. I'm here at the 4X Brewery. I feel like I've got a golden ticket. We're going to be taking a tour, and the best part is I'll be sampling what we see. Now, our guide for the day is Paul. Now, what are we going to be seeing today, Paul, here at the 4X Brewery?
Alrighty, well, I started here way back in 1974, so I've seen a lot of changes in that time. So I'm going to take you through the inner workings of the brewery. We're going to learn not only about the history of beer and the story behind 4X, but we'll venture out on site, and we're going to end up back in that brewery bar where we do that flavour training.
So this is the beginning of the tour. Inside, are we going to find, when you open this door, a beer river and little Oompa putting hops in so that we can enjoy the product?
Well, not quite in that detail, but we're going to see the process, how it's evolved since 1878.
Let's go in. So this is where we're going to learn more about beer.
Well, you're going to learn more about 4X in this room. This is when it all started.
The important beer.
That's right. I can feel
well, you finally made it inside one of the most iconic breweries in Australia.
I imagine putting the beer in the wings of a plane to chill it down.
I think that's awesome.
I totally agree.
I'm really surprised about the history of it and the way that the first phone line and even the way 4X has given back to the community over the years with different disasters and things that have happened around Queensland. It's amazing.
Style beer, like a Gold Australian Pale Ale, we would chill it down to about 15 to 17 degrees, because ale-style beers, the yeast sits on the top. Right. Regardless of more full-flavoured, full-bodied beers, whereas lager beers, we would chill it down to 10 or 12, like your 4X Bitter and Gold.
So, the Stubbies, that was pretty much pioneered by 4X.
Exactly right. First introduced in 1962. And a year before that, we used to do steel cans, 3-piece steel cans at 40 cans a minute. Well, the Stubbies were filled at 140 a minute, and we didn't know what to call them in 1962. So written on the side of the carton, it was written in glass cans.
But does beer taste better in glass or cans, do you reckon?
Depends on the individual.
So, Paul, Mr. 4X, there's a lot of history behind him. Of course, if you drive down Milton Road, you see him winking at you at night. But, where does he come from?
Well, there's a few stories associated with Mr. 4X. First off, they used to think it was Paddy Fitzgerald who was our general manager in the 1970s. Not so, because he never started here until 1933 as a salesman, so that discounts him because he came in on the scene in the 1920s. There used to be a little Irish dwarf used to sell newspapers down Fortitude Valley called Paddy Finn, and a lot of people have evidence to say it was definitely him because it was also associated with the straw boater hat they put on his head not long after he came in on the scene. This way, we're going to see where all the action happens. We're all kitted up with our safety gear on.
Safety ears, safety eyes, and now time for the magic.
The magic, come on through. Over in the packaging building, we have 3 glass wine fillers, and they vary from 800 to 850 to 870 bottles per minute. So if you look at a 24-hour time slot, we can do in excess of 2 million bottles of beer. A lot of different products we run here at the brewery. So apart from our 4X products, we also brew Tooheys and Haar as well. Leaving the brewery on a daily basis, there would be around 60 loads, and I'm talking 24 pallets, either 70 or up to 90 cartons per pallet. So a lot of beer leaves here. Well, there we have it.
I tell you what, this tour has been absolutely fantastic, just seeing the history of how beer's made here at the 4X Brewery, but just how much 4X is a part of the Queensland community. It's really amazing.
It's come a long way, hasn't it?
But I can, my taste buds are calling. I think it's time to taste what we've just seen. Oh look, it's already made for us. So what have we got?
My favourite, which is your 4X bitter. It's been out since 1924. It's the traditional and the best.
Perfect. Paul, thank you so much for this tour. Now, anyone can come in and do this.
My word, they can, yeah. We run tours 6 days a week, and they're normally 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. We do run some out-of-hours ones by special arrangement from time to time.
See, a lot of people didn't realise that there's a restaurant and a bar here at the 4X Brewery.
And what a location.
Look, Paul, thank you so much. Cheers to the history of 4X Brewery.
What? So here is Britannia with her own song that she wrote herself.
Yeah. So this song is called Winnie, and it's an original song that I wrote for an assignment last semester. So I hope you like it. Here we go. Sometimes I dream of those lazy summers, just you and I and our guitars in time with the beating of our hearts. On a table under a leafy ceiling, the birds would sing along with us. I never felt the need to ask, will we walk down this road together? I didn't know that nothing lasts forever. Winnie, oh, Winnie, inside your heart, Winnie. I thought I heard you say forever, Winnie. I thought you said that you couldn't bear to see us part. Sometimes I dream of our promised summer, the night I took your hand under the moon and pledged that I would wait for you, laying on a mattress behind a curtain. I would steal precious minutes with you. I could tell you under two. Will we walk down this road together? We didn't know that nothing lasts forever. Winnie, I thought I had a place inside your heart, Winnie. I thought I heard you say forever, Winnie. I thought you said that you could bear to see us part. Was it true? Oh, Winnie, you were the fire inside my heart. Oh, Winnie, I wonder what the future holds. Oh, Winnie, now the fire has been blown out. I wanna see you again. I wanna see you again. Winnie, I thought I had a place inside your heart. I thought I heard you say forever, Winnie. I thought you said that you couldn't bear to see us part. Oh, oh, Winnie, I thought I had a place inside your heart, Winnie. I thought said that you couldn't bear to see us part. Was it true? I love you, Winnie.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
That's okay. Well, that was brilliant to be able to do that in an impromptu situation in about 5 minutes that we just set up. Thank you very much, Britannia. But now to move on to a different sort of musical performance with Kinky Boots.
People of the world, Price and Son proudly presents Lola's Kinky Boots!
It's really fun. Cyndi Lauper likes to say that it's a happy pill, and it absolutely is. People are jumping up and dancing. They're doing moves that they don't know and singing lyrics that they've never heard before at the end of the show. And that's exactly what it is that it balances perfectly that message of just be and accept people for who they are, which is what we sing about at the end, but it doesn't shove it down your throat and people just leave feeling up.
They leave like having learnt something, feeling good, and had a really good night.
Yeah.
A really good night, and it's very relevant. Kinky Boots is relevant everywhere in the world. Acceptance is a huge issue today, and unfortunately it's probably going to be here for quite a while, so Kinky Boots kind of is an umbrella of that, isn't it? It's people, you get all shapes and all sizes, all ages, all races, at the end, all on their feet, enjoying the same thing. It's brilliant. It really is.
Through my life and help me go for something more. Now I stand up for myself. Now I stand out from the crowd. Now I'm standing on high heels if that could see me.
I was working on Miss Saigon in London when I first got Kinky Boots. And one of the crew guys, this big burly guy I didn't know did drag, and he told me to stride out and not teeter, because if you teeter you'd fall. Whereas Toby just cramps.
Yeah, I had a 15-minute cramp after the first time I
15
wore
minutes,
them.
and every time we do interviews, it gets less and less. It was about half an hour.
If he tells it, it's like a 3-hour Peter Jackson epic told by Miramax Cinema. But no, my tip is that you do 2 months of weight training and Pilates and make sure you have a strong enough core, and then waddle around them. Take two. Waddle around in them and hope that you don't fall over, and eventually it will become second nature.
Yeah, it is. It is now. The boots are brilliant. They're brilliantly made for our legs, for our feet, and unfortunately they're kind of they're quite comfortable, I guess.
Yeah.
They're still 6-inch heels, but they're comfortable. The audience, if they're with you 100%, then you can get through it so easy.
The show does the heavy lifting for you, energy-wise. It's impossible to not do this show and be up, because that happy pill that Cyndi Lauper talks about that goes out to the audience, it comes back at you tenfold. So you're definitely, it doesn't matter what kind of day you're going to have, you step onto that stage and that music starts and you're going to be up.
Welcome back to Springfield. USQ 2019. USQ, through the School of Creative Arts, offers television and radio. In fact, USQ is the only university in Queensland that educates and trains people to go into the world of broadcast radio. The discipline head and senior lecturer for television and radio broadcast is Dr. Ashley Jones, and he joins me now. Ashley, how are you?
Great to be here, Jamie.
That's
Doing
great.
Well, thank you. And yourself?
Oh, not too bad,
Doing
thank you.
a brilliant job, thank you very much.
How popular is television and radio as a career path?
As popular as you could imagine. It is very, very popular because people absolutely still love television and radio, and I think as it's grown and matured, people see it more for the streaming product, the podcasting, so it continues to grow and change with the audience, and yes, so very popular.
Awesome. Well, we'll get to the question that people always really want to know. Are there jobs in the industry?
Absolutely, yes. And I say that because I can't keep up the supply of students to the demand that comes. So it's a good situation to have, and the industry continues to grow and change. Like radio is growing at the last decade, it's grown 22%, 12% in the last 5 years. Television has its own growth not so much in broadcast, of course, but in the streaming services. So yes, the industry is growing and lots of work.
Okay, so what will students learn by doing these suite of subjects?
Probably the most important thing around it is the hands-on, so learning about all of the control room side and the studio floor when it comes to television. In radio, learning about what it is to be on camera but also to produce and all of the behind the scenes. I think particularly with radio, people think about it as being the on-air presenter, but there is so many opportunities in radio itself that people can explore a whole range of other things besides being on air.
So what do you think, or what do you believe are some of the key benefits of studying with USQ?
I think probably the smaller class sizes. We pride ourselves on making sure that it's that personal connection. Lecturing staff know the students personally and what their interests are and their desires going forward, so we're able to support that. And the practical application of the work, so rather than being in a classroom and talking about it theoretically, we have hands-on work, and over 3 years we build a good strong body of knowledge.
Okay, so you're talking about broadcast, but what about online delivery? How does that fit in?
Oh, absolutely. So in terms of the broadcast, we talk about it as broadcast, but in that sense, by the definition it is. But we highly pride ourselves on working with the streaming services. So with radio, doing podcasts and live stream, and of course the station is a stream as well as out on broadcast on 1197 AM DAB+. That's a cheap plug in there, James. And also in terms of television, so our second year students and third year students will both be producing content going out on Seven's streaming service.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's showing that. I work closely with News Limited as well, and keeping across what the new world of newspaper looks like, and a lot of video and audio content sits in that space as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ashley Jones,
Wonderful
for joining
to be
me.
Here.
And joining me and to see his students and in action and more about this course, take a look at the behind the scenes of the Media Centre story.
Traditional television has a relevancy around products like news, reality television, and a lot of the kind of major entertainment products, things like The Voice, the cooking shows, all that kind of stuff, as I mentioned, like reality type of product. And it seems to be that's where I think television as a broadcast model is positioning itself.
Working on a doco or a TV chat show is just the same as what we do for Connected at Lunch. It gives them that ability to frame shots, come up to the mark every week and produce the content. So I think it's getting that hands-on makes you job ready. Learning out of books and all of that sort of thing is great. It gives you the background, but when you get a camera in your hands, that's a totally different story.
I think number one, it engages around social media and online delivery as a distribution channel and exposes students to that. The core values around a chat-based program, so in terms of production, training students in that particular kind of genre. The program itself, really briefly, its genesis was from a broadcast product as a half-hour TV broadcast program. But as we've changed and grown, it became very important to me that we made sure we had a product that students could really work with and use as a way to understand those elements. I think Ipswich requires a product that allows them to see what's happening in their city and is more than a couple of lines of a newspaper in the traditional sense, or even an online product. It allows that breathing space. That means rather than a 2-line grab, this is a 5 or 6 minute interview, so we get at least a bit more of an insight into what people are thinking and saying. Look, I think the connected product, it is always an online product. I think the secret to that is always that we have to be willing to be flexible, and that means having to look at what it needs to look like, how we need to change it, grow it, develop it, and that we always have to be responsive, and we want students to learn how to look at that and never be afraid to ask the hard questions. Is this relevant? And I'm asking that question myself for the product. What does it need to look like in 2018? And we've always got to do that, I think, in any program we do. But in an online space, it's even more important, I think.
Put a gun against his head. Pull the trigger, now he's dead. Oh mama, life has just begun, and now you go and throw it all away. Oh mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on like nothing really matters. It's too late, my time has come. Send shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Oh, goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. Gotta leave it all behind and face the truth. Oh, mama, now I don't wanna die. At times I wish I was never born at all. Said I don't wanna die. At times I wish I was never born at all.
A very different rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody, and thanks to Michelle. Now it's time to get connected yet again as we try our hand at martial arts. A local club had 6 of its members were headed to Korea to compete in the World Martial Arts Championships. Nick Mollenauer has the story.
Today, we are at Swordsman Martial Arts in Green Bay, where 6 of its members are heading to South Korea to compete in the Olympia World Martial Arts Championships.
I'm competing in the Olympia Haidong Gumdo. Well, what happened was we actually competed in state tournaments and also Olympia Oceania, and that qualified us for the world competition that we're going to.
I've gone to some in Bendigo for Taekwondo Nationals, and I've gone to Melbourne and also Sydney.
Recently, we've won the state championships, state sparring championships, nationals and Oceania Olympia. That gave me a shot to make the Australian team and go and compete for Australia.
Well, I've competed in the local competitions and in the state competition, and it was just an opportunity, given my age division, to go over and try and compete against other people around the same sort of age group.
At the Olympia, I'm competing in sword pattern, paper cutting, and bamboo cutting. And at the World Hanmadang, I'm competing in Taekwondo Pumse, which is the pattern.
Yes, in Taekwondo, I'll be competing in a flying side kick, which I'll be breaking boards. In the Haidong Gumdo, I'll be competing in simulated sword fighting, which we use patterns to do that. So I'll be doing some Haidong Gumdo patterns.
I'll be doing paper cutting for the first comp. I will also be doing my individual Pumse, which is basically patterns, and then I'll be going to the Hamadang for Taekwondo, and I'll be doing my Pumse there, and I'll also be doing flying side kick.
I'm competing in individual fourth dan, the instructors division and masters division. So that contains of doing patterns, paper cutting and bamboo cutting.
Be competing in Haidong Gumdo in the patterns, the forms, paper cutting and bamboo cutting.
Well, I've been training in Taekwondo. I've been training for 25 years, so I've been doing a lot of those flying side kicks. But in Haidong Gumdo, approximately a year now.
For Taekwondo, my dad actually started it first, so then he inspired me, and then I started doing it. And the sword, my mum told me that once I got my black belt, I can compete in another martial art. So I electric sword because it was really cool.
Well, I've been doing martial arts for 33 years. I've been doing Hot on Gumdo for 10. And I've been doing Taekwondo for roughly 6 years.
Oh, I was always interested as a young fellow growing up in Taekwondo, especially back 25 years ago. And, Bruce Lee was a big inspiration of mine. I looked around and I found Taekwondo. And I also love the Korean culture and the history of Taekwondo.
Oh, I loved martial arts ever since I was a kid. Even when girls didn't really do martial arts, I loved all the sword movies and the Bruce Lee movies. And yeah, it was just for me.
So I've always liked swords and the concept of sword fighting, so when the opportunity arose, I came here and I've loved it.
Well, the voice of that lovely package we just saw is now with us. Nick Mullen, how are you going?
I'm good. How are you, Jamie?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's been nice constantly reporting to you all day.
Yeah, it's been quite a wild day. You know, I did some drink driving. I crashed a pretend plane, and then they wouldn't let me fly a drone for some reason.
That's really unfortunate. I don't know why they did that. Getting to the topic at hand, the kind of... We were talking about before with Ashley Jones about sort of the employability and how often people are getting into jobs from this area, I suppose, of university. Being yourself going to Commonwealth Games, how was that experience?
It was wild. Like, it was of course at the Gold Coast. So I worked on the swimming and diving events. So basically, what I did there was I was a camera operator / cable hand. Not camera operator, I was camera assistant. I wish I was. That would have been really great. Camera assistant. So I helped out a camera operator move his camera back and forth on the pool deck. So I was like right on the pool deck watching these athletes do their swimming. So cool, yeah. It was breathtaking to be there.
Breathtaking, yeah.
Oh, because it's swimming.
Swimming.
But it was also diving as well. And watching diving live like that is also just like out of its world. But also, so it was a job. I got paid for it. And this opportunity was brought to me by USQ.
By USQ,
because good old Ashley Jones organised them to come
on by. Good old Ashley Jones,
Yeah, and all that. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah. So how would you do that sort of thing again? How long was it?
So I went for the full 2 weeks, 14 days straight of working. I'm not going to say... it was like 4 days basically. So 14 days straight from swimming then straight to diving, and then helping before rigging and then after de-rigging. So yeah, that's basically what I did, and it was so much fun. Like, it was such a great experience, and I got paid. That's what.
That's the best part, though. The paid aspect.
Yeah, but like USQ does provide like all these paid opportunities like that. There are people who've been to Channel 7. There are people who are working for Channel 7 right now. But there's also like Channel 7 opportunities and stuff like that, and it's great.
And what about potentially the people you met there as well? Did you have any sort of communications with people who worked in the industry? And
So I had a good chat to the lady who produced the entirety of this swimming and diving event. She's like a legend. She's from Sydney. Had a good chat to her. Got like some contact details off her if I'm ever in Sydney to get to contact her. And then she was lovely. And the camera operator I worked with at the swing, he was a great guy. He's pretty funny. We had good bands. Good banter every now and again, and I got a sick tan. That's just random, but I got a sick tan working on swimming.
Bonuses as well. That's great.
Work in TV, you might get a sick tan depending on what you're doing.
There's an added bonus there. Well, thank you to Nick for that. We would like to thank everyone for their time today. To all of those, all those who visited searching for their next adventure in. Right, so we're going for a break now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you back soon.
Become more than employable, more than passionate, more than skilled. With support, knowledge, and belief, you can become inspiring, indispensable, in demand. Become more with the #1 uni for graduate employment in Queensland.
Springfield finally has its own voice.
Come home to Phoenix Radio.
Springfield's new place to hear about new and upcoming local music.
Springfield's new and upcoming radio personalities.
Springfield's local entertainment.
Springfield's new voice for local news.
Springfield, we're your local community radio station, Phoenix Radio.
It's nearly time for us to wrap it all up at USQ Springfield Open Day 2019 here at Springfield. However, we have one more musical guest. Plastic Reality is a 5-piece band comprising dual guitars, bass, drums and a frontman. The band was birthed in the early months of 2018 and now regularly plays in venues around southeast Queensland. Please welcome them to our Phoenix Media Studios with their original composition, Got to Stay. Here is Plastic Reality.
So I'm there more often than I'm not. Suppose I just don't know what to say. Hey darling, would you like to go on a date? And I don't wanna waste your time. All I got to say, things are good my way. I don't wanna waste your time. All I got to say, things are good my way. I think I'll go ask her next weekend. That way I can do a little planning ahead. Is there some place where you'd like to go? Why don't we go on a day trip to the coast? Your time, all I got to say, things are good my way. I don't wanna waste your time, all I got to say, things are good my way. I wonder what her name is. I wonder what on my mind, guess now's the time. This girl's on my mind, guess now's the time. I don't wanna waste your time, all I got to say, things are good my way. I don't wanna waste your time, all I got to say, things are good my way.
Well, that was Plastic Reality with a great song that was their own. Their 5-piece band was doing lovely things, and I just want to thank everyone for coming and helping out today, and especially Dr. Jones.
Thank you, young Jamie. And that band, by the way, we recorded here live in our studio, and a fantastic group, Plastic Reality. Keep an eye out for them.
Ooh,
They're
okay.
going with a bullet, they are. Through the charts.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
So, look, I just wanted to say also thank you to you, Jamie. What an amazing job.
Oh, thanks.
Thunderous applause from the floor.
There's no...
Well, that would be me. So thank you very much to you, to our fabulous floor crew, from Byron to our fabulous acting legend over here.
Jacob Mohar.
Jacob. And we have the fabulous Ben over here as well. I know Peter and Matthew. That's going to be very dangerous.
Who
I
else?
could possibly forget someone.
Riley, Jasmine,
that's
our
correct.
reporters, Nick
Yes,
Mollenhauer.
That's it.
Everyone who made
and
today
the
a
crew.
reality.
And see what they can do with us now. But our crew behind there, we have Kaylee, also to Gabby, Dylan,
Mitch,
the fabulous Shannon, Jaden. Did we say Jaden?
Jaden.
We're done, Jaden, and Tash. I think that's everybody. And then most importantly to the fabulous Mitch and Damien for your wonderful work. Thank you. I don't think people always understand the amount of work that it takes, but this is just the kind of the run sheet in very small font and pages upon pages. And everyone has done an amazing job to keep us live today. So thank you very much to you, Jamie, and to all of our crew, and to everybody around in the production side and in the radio side. We've had Zane and Gabby, we've had Jen and Bridget, I think were the two on air today. And also the amazing Spencer Howson over there as well. So it's been a big effort. That got some applause. We've got nothing for TV there, but radio.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
that's
good. Cool.
And of course, there's been lots and lots of people coming through here today at Springfield. So it's been great to have so many people with us at USQ. And of course, we hope that you will come and join us on campus. Well, it's just about 2 o'clock, and that brings us to the end to our marathon for our live broadcast from USQ Springfield. Thank you so much, Jamie. I'll let you say goodbye.
Thank you much.
News is up next.
Thank you muchly to everyone. News is up next.